would you please call the roll?
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
And Chair Espinoza.
All right, thank you, Ashley. 2 items on the agenda. I love going first. We're going to be on time. We're going to end it at 9, but 2 items on the agenda. Both discussions don't require motions or anything like that. So item number 1, as usual, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent agenda. President McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug McGowan, 220 South Main, MLGW. So far this year, you have approved $100 million of spending for MLGW. Today, we're asking for another $19,380,000. Most of that's taken up in purchasing transformers, just so you know when you get to that point. So we'll be at 120 so far at this point at the end of the meeting. Item number 1 is TVA's community care funds. I think something everybody can be excited about. They're donating $227,000 to help with utility assistance. We're asking to donate the same amount of money to match. That's the prerequisite for their donation so that we can match that money. So with your approval, we'll add $227,000. So we'll have $454,000 of additional utility assistance, which I think our customers can all use. Next is multi-protocol label switching network. What this means is this is the backbone of the radios. You remember we're buying that private network so we can communicate with all the switches in the field. This is the brains of that. This is the switching network. We had a picture here, but it looks like a computer, so it wasn't much of a picture. So, but that's what this is the backbone of that to make the radios work and to make the communications happen when we're talking to the switches that are in the field. Next is $338,000 for water production well parts. This is a 3-year contract. As you know, we are trying to increase water production, after we've decreased that for a number of years. This allows us to bring wells that have stopped producing back online. And sometimes they just need a new part, a new motor, a new shaft, some other parts. This allows us to rebuild those wells and bring them back online without having to drill a new well. A new well is about $2 million all in. You can see here that we're getting a significant number of parts for $338,000 that will help us bring more wells online. The cashiering system replacement. This allows us to take mailed payments and quickly process payments from our customers. It's $53,000. And this is a software system that allows us to take those mailed in payments and process them into our system. This is data domain hardware replacement for $1,140,000 over 5 years. Basically, this is storage for our system. We had Dell computers. They have about a 10-year lifespan. They're at the end of the 10-year lifespan, so we're buying all of these computer modules here to replace the storage on our system. And you'll see 2 of these today. This is for the physical network that we have, and the next is for the virtual work environment where we have people working remotely, the storage for them. And you'll see that here. This is $1,102,000 over 5 years, again, to replace end-of-life computer equipment so that we can store all of our information from the virtual servers onto this hardware. We got about 1,100 people that use that virtual domain instead of a physical connected desktop. Next is 1-ton crew cab trucks. We're purchasing 4 of these. You'll notice that they are crew cabs. They have 4 doors as opposed to the next one that has just 2 doors. But these are the service bodies. This is what our technicians use to go in the field and perform service, water, gas, and electric. And these replace vehicles that are out of service now or long at the end of their service life, and they'll be auctioned off. And here are the 1-ton trucks with service bodies. These are the single cab. So this is typically for our individual folks, not an entire crew that go out and do the work. But we're purchasing 6 of these with $391,000. And again, they're replacing end-of-life trucks that we have in the fleet today. Next is $15 million. This is the biggest item here. These are what are called single-phase pad-mounted distribution transformers. In areas of our city, in our service territory, where we have underground service into subdivisions and residential areas, instead of a transformer on a pole, you have a transformer pad sitting on the ground, and you've seen these green boxes in various subdivisions. And this purchases 1,625 of those so that we always have them in stock. They get hit by vehicles, a new subdivision comes in, we have to put a new transformer in, so this keeps us, over the next 5 years, supplied with single-phase pad-mounted distribution transformers. The next is water meter registers. This is one of the failed components that we had in our system that was causing some of the billing issues. The good news is Badger is the meter company that we're working with, and they have replaced all of the failed ones and exchanged them for us for free at no cost. This purchase for $367,000 is to buy another 5,250. That's about $69 each. This gives us a stock because we've replaced all the failed ones. Now we can go out and in case another one fails, and then we'll turn that back in and get a credit as well. But it keeps us moving and keeps us replacing them, so we're always staying ahead. This is claims management. It's $2,500, but this is a software license that our claims office uses just to process claims both from citizens and for us against people who damage MLGW equipment. So this is in our legal department, and it's just a software system that we need to continue processing claims. It's actually a pretty long contract through 2026. So subject to your questions, that concludes my comments.
Thank you, President McGowan. We had Councilwoman Vice Chairman Swearingen Washington showed up a little late, so we'll give her a demerit for that. But we've got Dr. Warren in the queue first, and then we've got Vice Chair Walker.
I just have a quick question. How many wells do you think you'll be able to bring back online using that $350,000 worth of equipment?
Well, our aim is
do you have any idea?
Yeah, our aim is to do 4 new wells every year and to rebuild 4 wells every year. So with these parts, we think that we'll be able to rebuild another 4 wells, and then we'll be able to maintain the existing wells in case there's a failure there. So that's the minimum amount that we're going to do. So this is over the next 36 months, so we should be able to bring a number of wells back online. Yes, sir, absolutely.
Thanks, Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, President McGowan, for your presentation. I was just curious, do you know the average age of these wells?
Yeah. Our team says about 50 plus years. So they do produce for quite some time. Others have a shorter lifespan, and then you have to repair them. But many of them are very old. So we have about 125 production wells in service today.
And you said 4 and 4, so 4 repaired and 4 new. With the new ones, what is the life expectancy of the new ones?
That'll be at least 50 years for those wells.
Okay. And then, almost, and then the end of life with the trucks. So what are you doing with the trucks once they age out?
We have a process, a formal process for disposal. We take them to auction. We auction off aged equipment just like the city does so that we can recoup those dollars. I think recently we had a number of vehicles. We got like $70-something thousand back from the auction. There is a market for these out there. People will take them, use them for parts. Other companies will use them. But we have, they're relatively affordable for people who are looking to get into a truck that's been well maintained, but is end of service life.
And is the auction local or is this out of town?
I think we do everything locally right now. Yeah. It's an online, so there can be people from out of town, but it's online, and the city does a similar online auction for its equipment.
Okay, and finally, the RFP for solar and battery storage, how did that go last Thursday?
We had we had about 50 plus people on the call, and we had more than 25 vendors that participated, so there's a lot of interest. We have received several questions we'll be answering back to everybody, and then we'll get all the information back out. So I was very pleased with the response. Lots of interested parties in helping us get this done.
All right, thank you for that. And this is complete for me. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, so that does it for item 1. Item 2, discussion on the lighting of the MLGW Front Street substation. That's in District 7, Super District 8, requested by our Vice Chairwoman, Madam Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Chair. We're having some challenges with lighting downtown. And we're trying to see if MLGW can help us with making that area more attractive and adding some lighting that will give security, but will also be an attraction in that area. So I look forward to your discussion.
Sure. So this is the picture I have up there. That is the substation. If you're interested in looking, on the left is kind of the building that is the MLGW building. To the right of the picture, you're looking east here. To the right of that is the Renaissance Convention Center and the I-40 bridge. In the background, you can see the Crown Plaza. And that's what Substation 4 looks like. And you're on Front Street here looking across from essentially Bass Pro. So that's what it looks like now. I will just give a bit of history. This was a very visible substation. And so inside the substation, we have some relatively historic light fixtures. These have globes and and they were built into the substation. And we used to keep this illuminated all the time. Some time ago, Mr. Weaver told me that it was preceded even my time here when I was at the city. People complained that we were using too much electricity.
And that's saying a lot. You were here a long time ago.
Yeah.
You're pretty old, yeah.
So,
no.
so someone
He's got jumped.
We're ahead of schedule, trying to have some
That's
fun.
right, yeah.
All right, good.
Somebody complained that by illuminating that we were wasting electricity, and so we turned the lights off. So what I asked the team to do, I wasn't sure exactly the direction you want to do, so I asked the team, hey, can we energize the lights again to see what options there are? If you look at the picture, on the left side of the picture, you'll see a pole, and it has kind of a spotlight on there, so that's an option for us. And there's a similar one just to the south of that. That's one option for putting lighting into the substation. We typically use that if we're doing maintenance at night there. Those are not the decorative lights. Our team did go out and energize, and you'll see the round orbs that are shining there, and that's what it looks like with those decorative lights turned on. So it's a start. Now, not all of them are working. To get all of them working in the wiring there, we may have to de-energize, because this is not like the light bulb at your house. Everything in there is hot with high voltage electricity. And so as we're doing routine maintenance, we can de-energize some of those to get the lights back on. But right now, Quentin, would you say there's more than 50% of them are on? More than 50% are on based on the ones that we did replace some of the bulbs with LEDs in there. The other side has some that needs some wiring upgrades, so we can get all of those operating as kind of a first step to see how it looks once we get that done. Here's another picture. So you can see it does illuminate kind of the metal work that's in there. And what I would propose, Councilwoman, is there's lights in the substation, and there's also lights at the ground level that can illuminate it. And we can get all of those working and see how it looks from there and get a better, this was our best cell phone picture from inside the substation, but we can take a look at that and see how it looks. And then there have been renderings in the past of other kinds of lights in there, but we can explore those options. But what I want to do first is make sure, A, do we have power to the lights that are there, which will give us a lot of options, and then B, how does it look once we get all of the lights working? So we did this, I think we heard on Thursday from you that you'd like to talk about this. On Friday, our team went out and re-energized the lights, tuned them up, replaced as many bulbs as they could, and got them on. So we're underway.
As you add, can the ground ones, some of them had some color?
We can take a look at that. You know, certainly, I think with today's LED technology, lighting, you know, there's lots of different options out there. So we can, it is blue and gray. So I guess what I'd just like is a little direction from y'all or some suggestions. So you would like to have some different optionality there.
And especially with there being a spillover from the Cook Convention Center area, well, not Cook Convention, Renaissance.
Right.
Center area.
Okay.
It would just, you know, add a lot.
Okay, and to be clear, you're looking for a
tourist friendly.
You're looking for a decorative,
yes,
tourist friendly to help illuminate the area. That gives us give us enough direction to figure out. Okay. Well, thank you for that clarity. Now that we have the lights working, we can get some options and we can bring them back. We'll first get everything working,
okay,
and then we'll see how we can go from there and see if we have some color options that we can add in there for you.
That sounds great.
Cool. So maybe you could lead this thing,
I'd be
bring it
glad
back
to
to
lead
us,
it.
and then we'll replicate it out perhaps. Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
We had Councilwoman Logan join us. Any other questions or comments? No.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilwoman White,
Present.
and Chair Warren.
Present. We have 3 items on the agenda. First item is a presentation on the Brooks Museum requested by me, District 5, Super District 9. Please come up and introduce yourself, name and address for the record, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Warren. Good morning, everybody. My name is Carl Person. I am honored to be the board president of the Memphis Brooks Museum. My address is 99 Front Street, 38018. Dr. Warren asked us to come in and give an update on the museum. If you haven't been on Front Street down between Monroe and Union in the last 2 days, you need to hurry up and get down there because every single day the museum is coming up out of the ground. We're here today just kind of give a quick update, answer any questions, but we're excited about being here, and thank you guys for your leadership, and thank you for what you do, and let me introduce Dr. Carr.
Good morning. Zoe Carr, Executive Director, Memphis Brooks Museum of Art, 1934 Poplar Avenue. Thank you so much for the invitation to give a little update on the museum. And we titled our presentation, Strengthening Memphis's Community Through Art, because our mission is to create joy through the power of art. That is the museum's mission statement. And we do that in 3 key ways. Our goals are to build a stronger community through the arts, to enhance Memphis's national reputation through the arts, and to make the museum's growth sustainable. And in 2026, our plan is, and this is very much in alignment with how we expect to close out 2025, we will produce 7 exhibitions. We will host over 300 events. We will have 125,000 visitors on site, and we will work with 20,000 children and their families. And just to talk a little bit about our youth, because that's such an important topic, the main ways we serve our children are through school tours, and I'll come back to that. Through our community days. Each year we host 4 massive community days that attract about 10,000 people in total. And through our Super Saturdays. So every Saturday the museum is free between 10 and noon, and every Saturday we have free drop-in art making activities for kids and their families. And those are the largest buckets, but I'm going to talk about some smaller ones too. We work all across Memphis. We are not just located in Midtown. You can see here all of the different schools we serve through our Scholastic Regional Art Awards. So that's an annual exhibition. Each year, artists grades 7 through 12 are invited to submit their art to the museum. It is judged by a panel of professional artists, and the winners go on view at the museum. That exhibition just closed in February. Winners receive over $750,000 in scholarships and cash prizes. So that's a very important way that we share with young artists that there are lots of opportunities for them, and we get really talented youth from Memphis out into colleges, out into the world. We also give tons of school tours, about 3,500 last year. You can see here the green dots. We work all across Memphis and Shelby County. We also are one of the only museums that does a preschool arts orientation program. So we partner with Porter Leith. We bring the art to the 4-year-olds because the 4-year-olds don't fit on the bus safely. And we do lots of art making and arts engagement in the classrooms with our partners, Porter Leith. And then finally, we have added a program serving Memphis's seniors. So we partner with senior centers all across the city. Those are the Gold Stars. And those seniors are invited into the museum to participate in a 6-week art making curriculum that culminates with an exhibition that their families and friends are invited to. And there's lots of documentation both about how that specific creative curriculum supports aging well, as well as the incredible power of a school tour. It's not the same as having an arts activity in the school. It radically increases engagement, creativity, critical thinking skills for kids, and the benefits of those school tours last well beyond their time at the museum. So it's a really important thing that we do for our community. While we're in Overton Park, we think of ourselves as not just a museum. We are bringing world-class exhibitions, attracting diverse audiences, but we are also focused on getting Memphians to come to the museum over and over and over again. And not to call on Dr. Warren or Councilman Warren, but Warren told me that he's been to the museum more this year than perhaps in a while. And I hope that's because of all of the reasons we have to come to the museum. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that. But weekly adult programs, bringing our community together, that is the core of what we do. We also are really focused on helping to support the growth of Memphis's creative economy. So we are providing art classes to Memphians. We have a youth council, so that is the most adorable group of high school students who meet weekly. They are organizing their own exhibition that opens in May. They put out a call for submissions of their peers, and then the exhibition will be on view at the museum with a reception, and those are youth recruited from all across our city. We also support our local artists with a really robust consignment program in our shop. And we build connections within and among our community through all of these community affinity groups. And then twice a year, we have art garden exhibitions that bring local artists into the museum, and many, many other opportunities for artists to be a part of what we do. And then if you're not a professional artist, there's lots of ways to be creative at the museum. We talked a little bit about our aging program, but also you can come and do figure drawing, watercolors, floral arranging. We have a craft club. We just hosted an enormous mahjong competition yesterday. We had about 200 mahjong players. We have music every single week on Thursdays, wine tastings and dinners, bazaars, and coming up in May is our Art and Fashion Week, which is not to be missed. We partner with the University of Memphis and host their student fashion, their final student fashion competition. And then we also have film series. And then I talked a little bit about Super Saturdays, so that's weekly. Every Saturday morning, we are free between 10 and 12, and we have drop-in art making activities for families. Also for kids, we have homeschool days, the community days that attract huge numbers of people. Our key community days are Day of the Dead, Chalk Fest coming up in May, and Lunar New Year. And we have just kicked off a wellness series, so if doing yoga around beautiful art sounds like fun to you, we hope you will come and join us. And of course, all of this energy and excitement that we are building in Overton Park is all thinking ahead towards what we will be when we get downtown. We want to be a key part of making downtown safer and more vibrant. We are requesting for fiscal 26, which is our final full fiscal year in Overton Park, an operating subsidy of $750,000 out of our total operating budget of $6.5 million. So we will raise the difference, so an incredible public-private leverage. And that funding will help us with these weekly programs that activate public spaces, building our community and preventing crime by building community, youth empowerment, and celebrating our city's phenomenal diversity and building pride around it. And of course, if you, as Carl mentioned, if you haven't driven by our site, we are the incredibly beautiful timber structure coming out of the ground between Front and Riverside, Union and Monroe. If you haven't had a hard hat tour, please let me know. I would be delighted to give you one. When we get downtown, we expect to attract about 150,000 new visitors to Memphis and create $100 million annually in economic impact. We will do that by providing 600% more art-filled public spaces and 50% more gallery space. And with those additional spaces, we will have way more space, way better space to serve our community and specifically our children. Coming up very soon on Thursday is our topping off ceremony. Please join us if you can at 4:30 in the afternoon. We would love for council to join us as we lift our final beam into place on our new building. Our final inspections are expected at the end of 2026 in August of 2026, and we will open in December of that year. Please note that we've been working with Marcia and her team to put a CIP fund request in for next fiscal year for $1.5 million. That is the final amount of the city's commitment to our capital campaign. And then we will be programming all the way until the end. We want to keep the museum very vibrant, very exciting, and this is just a taste of what's to come and what's on view now. So currently on view is the last week of our winter garden with Greeley Myatt with beautiful stars on our plaza. Kalita Rawls just opened. This is spectacularly beautiful paintings of bodies floating in water. Suchitra Matai is a Guyanese artist of Indian descent. She works entirely with recycled saris, and that exhibition will open in our rotunda in May. Cara Woods is a local artist, and she's designing our summer art garden this summer. That will also open, in April. And then our big fall exhibition will be Black Quilters in the American South. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. Just want to say the Thursday evening events are always fun, and it's a good thing for everyone to think about if you're looking for something to do on Thursday evening. Councilwoman Logan, you had a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm so excited about what you all have going on, and I appreciate your diligence in making certain that there's a variety in programming for everyone. Your program, all of your programming for seniors, that's free, correct?
It is, yeah.
Okay. Do you have any collaborations with Matter in terms of them getting there?
We actually provide transportation is the biggest issue.
Yes.
So we build into the budget for that. That's all privately funded, and we build into the budget transportation for those seniors.
That's great to hear, because that is a barrier for most seniors.
Yeah.
When is the Black Quilters in American South?
That is fall of 2025. I think it opens in October, but I will email you the exact date.
October 25. Okay, that's what and the ceremony on Thursday in general, you don't have to tell me the whole program, but how does that work?
It will be a very short 4:30 p.m. We have a few speakers, and then we will raise a glass of champagne. We will watch that last meme float into place, and that'll be it.
Okay, we get to sign it.
We sadly do not get to sign it, but there will be other opportunities to sign things. There's a really cool opportunity. Actually, I didn't show you, but there's a huge courtyard in the middle of the building, and we were thinking it could be fun to all sign the courtyard before we lay.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
One last thing, and this is totally off the wall, but I was just curious when I saw the design. I don't know what page it is.
Flip that.
The one that says now.
Yes.
All of them actually. Are you all using solar anywhere on your building, like at the top of the building?
Oh, solar. I'm sorry. We could not fit solar into our budget, but the building itself is very green. We're aiming for LEED silver, and we're getting, actually the timber is a really important part of that, but there are a bunch of different green features within the building, and I'd be happy to send you a summary of all of the green features.
I was just curious that it's a flat.
It is kind of, well, so.
So you could add solar later.
So what you're looking at actually is the full surface, which will be a garden. It has a green roof. That's a really key part of LEED silver, I should say.
Okay.
And then the opportunity for solar is in one part of the garden, there is a small events pavilion, and that could have solar on top of it later, and it is solar ready. Absolutely. Thank you for the question.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Let the record show Councilwoman Walker is here. Councilwoman White, you had a question.
I did. Thank you all so much for the presentation, and we've met before, and I was really excited to hear about the efforts to make sure that the Brooks Museum was more inclusive and attracting younger children, making sure that we had little African-American children in there playing, and so I wanted to know how those efforts were going.
Very well. We actually track our demographics on an annual basis, and year over year we are showing it's all about consistent programming, right? And making people feel welcome and inviting them in over and over again. And we have a very clear demographic record of that shift. And then I think we spoke with you very specifically about the Black Arts Collective, which is a group of adults, not kids, that supports the museum's efforts to collect and exhibit work by Black artists. And that group is thriving. We had a little event, a preview for the Kalita Rawls exhibition that was super well attended. And we keep bringing more and more people in, and we're so proud of it. And it's actually won a bunch of awards too. The Tennessee Association of Museums recognized the Black Arts Collective as one of the most innovative philanthropic efforts in the state.
And let me just add to that. That's an excellent question. One of the roles as board chair is to make sure that our board reflects our community as well. So therefore, you will have the ingredients already built in what we're trying to do in our vision. So we made sure that we recruited board members that reflect our community.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And like I said, when I met with you all, I was very excited about your intentionality in all of the ways that you all are making sure that the Brooks Museum is more inclusive and accessible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I can tell you, going there for a number of years, it is very obvious that we're attracting Memphis to the museum in a very significant way nowadays at all the events that I've been to. Councilwoman Walker, you were in the queue, and then Councilwoman Logan had one more question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for coming today. This is very exciting, and I'm looking forward to the top-off on Thursday. So I am the council's liaison to the Aging Commission, and I appreciate all of what you're doing surrounding that population in the city, and I know they do as well. We do as well. And I appreciate the green and solar questions and comments that have been made thus far. You mentioned a lot of things for our children. Do you all do something specifically like a summer camp?
We are just launching our summer camp this summer. So that will be in the month of July. And then we also, Marcia and I have been talking about how to better integrate the parks summer camp into the museum, and making sure that our dream version of this is that all of the 2,300 children who participate in the parks summer camp get to go to the museum on a field trip, because it is free. But obviously the constraint around that is going to be busing and time.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, you have a summer camp and you want to integrate the parks.
We want the park summer camp kids to come on a field trip.
Okay, and is there a fee for your camp?
There is a fee for our camp, yep.
Have you established that yet?
Yes, we have, yeah.
How much is it?
Can I email you? I don't remember off the top of my
Sure.
head. I don't want to put the number wrong. Yeah. It's market rate for summer
Is this
camp.
the same thing we did with the art garden kids last
This
year?
is different. So
Different.
we do a bunch of, we are continuing that program as well. So there's a free summer camp that we run collaboratively with other park partners. Thank you, Councilman Warren. And then in addition, there is a kind of regular summer camp that is summer camp rates, and I would be happy to send you
Okay.
the cost for that.
Okay, and finally, the parking. Tell me about your parking.
So in the new building or?
The new building.
So in the new building, there are 150 parking spots integrated underneath the building.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, and this will be our last question. We'll move on to our next one so we keep on schedule. Councilwoman Logan.
It's not a question. I just wanted to make a quick comment
Yes, ma'am.
about that I meant to make earlier about the quality of the exhibits that are there. You know, we don't have to, we're blessed to not have to go to New York or DC or, you know, Atlanta, these other places to see quality art that you would see internationally. And I appreciate you all, you know, being mindful of that to give Memphis an opportunity. We talk about Memphis being a place of culture, and this is a gem. We can go right down the street and see something that others may have to travel, you know, out of the state for. And so I would advise all those that are listening, just wanted to share that for parents, you know, get your children over to Brooks to see these wonderful exhibits that's very enriching, and you don't have to leave the city. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Excellent commercial.
We keep her around for that. She's good. Thank you guys for this presentation. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, our next item is an update on renovations at the Belleview Tennis Center, item number 2 from Memphis Parks, District 4, Super District 8, requested by Councilwoman and Vice Chair Swearingen Washington. Ms. Allen, name and address for the record, and you have the floor,
Yes,
Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chair. We had a tour out at Bellevue Tennis Center and reassured the parents that some renovations would take place. And I know that before Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson left, she also had put a couple of, wasn't it a couple of million to the side?
1.3.
Okay, well, $1.3 million. And since that time, I have run into the parents on several occasions, and they've asked, what about our tennis center? When are the renovations going to start? As recently as March 17th. So when we say we're going to do something, we want to make sure that we're following through with something, at least some power washing, something, so that they can see that we are being intentional and we are keeping our word. So I'm very concerned that the parents are still reaching out. What? And Councilman Smiley is also supporting this project. It's in his district as well.
Could I let the record show that Councilman Smiley is sort of here?
Right.
Ish.
All right, so
Thank
we
you.
just want to be able to move forward and see where
Okay.
we are.
Okay, Marsha Allen, 2599 Avery, Interim Director for Memphis Parks. We do have some exciting things happening over at Bellevue now. We are wrapping up the construction documents. So they're wrapping up now, and as soon as they're complete, we'll put that package out to bid. We'll select the general contractor, get them under contract, and then start the actual work. It'll take about 5 to 6 months to complete the work. However, the things that are happening with the $1.3 million, when we initially did the walkthrough, we identified way more than $1.3 million of renovations that could happen there. So continuing to go down and meet and try to figure out what were our priorities. For the clubhouse, we'll do a new parking lot because, you know, the shape that it's in. The dumpster enclosure, we'll hide that to make it more aesthetically pleasing. We'll have to have a new roof on the clubhouse to keep it dry on the inside. We'll replace the roll-up security doors at the front and the back. They're operational now, but they're not very sightly. So we'll replace those. The interior will get all kinds of new finishes. So we'll have a reception desk, the toilet fixtures, and just furniture in general inside the clubhouse will be replaced. On the outdoor courtyard, we'll get new site furnishings. The outdoor courts will add new lighting. That has been one of the main topics of discussion. You can't really see out there at night, so we'll add new bulbs and fixtures out there on the outdoor courts. The indoor courts will do upgraded lighting, the high velocity fans, and we'll do some duct work and new furniture there. Some things that have already been done. So our park operations team, they have replaced the windscreens on the outdoor courts. So that's something that has happened in the last couple of weeks. And we've limbed up the trees just to help the tree canopy. And so you can see, and the trees don't lean over into the outdoor courts. We are looking for additional CIP funds to make it a phased approach over several years because there are more improvements that can happen. So right now we're excited that we are moving and we're wrapping up construction documents so we can get it out to bid.
Thinking that the parents and the players are more excited about the work that's going to happen at the courts. So if they could start with the lighting and start with the power washing and everything, if we could start with the courts and work our way back as opposed to, you know, because if you play tennis, of course the parking lot needs to be done, but that's not as important to you as the courts.
The courts, absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Logan. No, okay. Number 3.
So how soon are we going to be getting started with that? Because I don't want to continue to tell the parents we're taking a bid, we're doing this, we're doing that. How soon are the other
So wrapping
things
up
on
the
there?
construction documents at the middle of next month. So we'll get it out to bid, and that generally takes a little while. So maybe 3 to 4 weeks to get that done and get a general contractor selected.
So we're looking at June?
Yeah, we're getting things rolling. We'll have it rolling.
By June?
Sure, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anyone maybe that you could go by there and share that with the parents as well?
Yes, ma'am. Do you have a meeting set up, or do I need to, or are they already there?
We can set up a meeting.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
That'd be good.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for that presentation. Our next item is a presentation on Memphis River Parks Partnership and Memphis Riverfront. All districts, this is requested by Councilwoman Logan, Swearingen, Washington, and myself. And as everyone comes up, we're going to have Councilwoman Logan lead us off with comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and I really appreciate us being able to put this on here for a while. it's been my thought that having a comprehensive plan for the entire riverfront is more effective and beneficial to the city of Memphis than us having different projects along the way. And so hopefully everyone is centering in on that opportunity, because I think a holistic plan really impacts Memphis, the riverfront, and it brings our all the funding. You know, you can better utilize the funding with a holistic plan. The branding for the city of Memphis will be something that is consistent all the way across, and just a better way forward, I feel. And so I'm glad to know that we are moving forward with the holistic plan, and we won't have to have piecemeal projects. But thank you for bringing this forward today.
Thank you. Chief, you have the floor.
Yes. Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis, 125 North Main. Thank you all for the opportunity to present this comprehensive plan. You are correct, Councilwoman Logan, when you speak of bringing economies of scale and looking at the entire riverfront and coming with a cohesive plan. While the plan is going to be distinct for its neighborhoods, because a lot of these parcels really kind of feed into the neighborhood, it's a part of our entire riverfront. And so what we don't want to do is to lose the culture of the neighborhood, creating a plan. So when I impaneled and brought all the players to the table, what I realized is there were a lot of plans that were out there. There were studies. And so as opposed to recreating the wheel, what we did was we brought all players to the table: Public Works, Engineering, Memphis River Parks, and we talked about what was planned, what was going on. And then, of course, we had our partner at MFA to kind of help us bring this all together. And this is what you'll see. This plan here is concept, so that we still need community engagement, your engagement, but it also brings forward some of the infrastructure changes that we have underway. So, let me get started. So, as you see, we have about 30 pieces of property, 30 identified pieces of property that are triggered along our riverfront, going from South Memphis, which is the MLK Park, all the way up to north, which is the Sunset Lake Master Plan. So we're gonna start with MLK Riverside Park. What I'll do is, to provide a little historical context, I'll allow Mr. Marshall, former council member, to kind of talk about this just briefly and kind of give you all context of the relationship with now Valero and, of course, the city of Memphis and, of course, that particular park.
Thank you, Chief Adams. Tom Marshall with MFA, O2 Marshall Architects. I was also a former member of this council, and I recall this issue quite well because there was a Memphis Park Commission when I arrived on the council, and they were established in the year 1900. And, of course, in the year 2000, they were abolished by that council at the time, and largely because of the way this particular lease was handled, I think, created a bit of an uproar. The entryway into at that time Williams refineries was a little indelicate. This park, remember, was designed by Mr. Kessler, who was the greatest urban planner of its era. I mean, he designed Overton Park, he designed North Parkway, East Parkway, South Parkway, and he designed at the time Riverside Park, ultimately named Martin Luther King Jr. Riverside Park. And it just seemed that it was a fairly insensitive approach to have a refinery right there at the entrance of Martin Luther King Park. Of course, at the time, there's just a different makeup of the way things were in people's heads, and we were, as a council, trying to get them to be a little more sensitive. They did not, and so we decided to abolish that commission and fold it into the mayor's administration at the time. Mayor Harrington agreed that's probably not a bad idea. And so what was lost here was the park's sense of identity. I mean, you would ride a carriage ride, about a 4-mile carriage ride from Overton Park to go see the river at Riverside Park, and it was a fabulous experience. And you had their postcards talking about the entryway. It received national acclaim. And then this is what happened in 2000. So we think that perhaps one way to earn back the community's trust is to find a way to celebrate the entranceway and separate it out from this sort of post-industrial look and give it a special form or sense of entry. So I'm sorry that was not very short, but I needed to kind of.
Not a problem. I mean, context means everything. So what you see there is the current existing entry point, and then of course you see the concept in which we propose. So when looking at the park or looking at all these different amenities that we have, we looked at this from what are your strengths, what are your challenges, and what are the opportunities. So one of the major strengths of this particular park is it's a really tranquil contrast in like the urban hustle and bustle while fulfilling a historical role as a natural retreat. Our challenges that we have, of course, there are pavilions that are showing signs of wear. And then, of course, we have those large concrete blocks that are in the park. They're placed there to avoid a lot of the spinners, the spin-offs and things of the nature that kind of happen in our open thoroughfares. And so what we need to do moving forward, low-hanging fruit. Yes, ma'am.
You're talking about blocks and different things. Is that up here?
It's in the parking lot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They've got those dividers they have dividers that are like traffic dividers, those big, huge pieces of concrete just spaced intermittently in the parking lot, so you have to drive around them. And the reason they do is so people will stop doing donuts and things like there when the park doesn't have a lot of people in it. It does make it seem a little bit eerie when you go in there, because I've been there even during the day. I just drove through there maybe 3 weeks ago and saw all of these things and thinking, I know why we've got them here, but there's got to be a better way. So go ahead.
Okay.
So just low-hanging fruit and short term, we can replace these concrete blocks with wheel stops and parking islands so that it makes it a lot more attractive and usable. We can reconstruct 3 pavilions with additional on-site furnishings, enhance the trail system with signage and the educational pieces as such. And then, of course, we have tennis courts there, 2 tennis courts. And what we thought about doing, and, we'll continue, if so desired, tennis courts, but pickleball has become a very, popular sport. And so we offer that pickleball if, so desired in that area. Okay. Next, we have McKellar Lake. A lot of people ignore the fact that McKellar Lake is a Riverside Park amenity. And so what we want to do at McKellar Lake, you got about 1,400 1,400 acre slack water harbor that is a key asset in the Memphis's industrial port. And it has incidental, not purposeful, but incidental recreational opportunities. The challenges that we have is currently it is an eyesore. And I know that there's a lot of work that our public works team has been doing with Living Lands and Water. It's a contract where they actually go out and try to help clean up that particular area. And so what we like to do moving forward is, one, you got to do a full environmental assessment and then develop the trash collection system in which we can remove all that debris and actually make it a true port that is intentional with respect to recreational activities there.
If you've been down there, I don't know if you realize there are houseboats there that people live on.
Right.
Okay, and they're not the nicest houseboats, and people there, they're eking out their existence, I think is what's going on, and keeping their independence. But at one point, when Elvis was alive, people water skied routinely on McKellar Lake. It was someplace people would go down. And you're right, Chief. The key thing to making that happen is what do we do with the pollution and how do we take care of all the stuff on top of the water? Keep going.
I had a question too.
Go ahead.
At some point, I was told that there was a floating home community.
It's right there.
Yeah,
Is this it?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
So look at the top of the picture.
Over there?
Yes, ma'am.
So is this current? This
Yeah.
is a current picture?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
With the one that's sinking?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We used to get on at the Memphis
Unbelievable.
Queen down there on the river. That's how it looks.
Unbelievable.
And so again, ours is to become intentional with respect to, one, cleaning up, and then of course, restoring and making it purposeful for recreational activities.
Okay,
So it's not
Councilwoman.
open, it's not open right now for use. It's.
People are living in that thing right
People-
now.
People are
live in
living
those-
there
in the-
right now.
Yes.
In those
Okay, okay,
boat homes.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
McKellar Lake Riverside Park Marina, so that's our Riverside Park Marina.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Councilwoman
What is-
swearing in
what is it, Kyle?
Washington. Okay,
All right.
keep going, Chief.
What is it?
All right.
Buttercup.
All right, so we got the links at Riverside. So the links at Riverside, they trace their roots back to 1913 when it was originally an 18-hole public course. Over time, it's been reduced to a 9-hole public course, and it was reborn in 2007. It was reborn with new golf carts, and then of course a new trail, and we had some clubhouses. But as you know, over time, unfortunately, deferred maintenance has gotten to us, and it kind of taken over some of the amenities that are there. So our goal is to make sure that we start with the greens and ensure that the greens are available for putting and or full play, because they are pretty tough. So we got to deal with that. And then of course, the golf paths, the cart paths are really dangerous or difficult. I will say that this is the one accessible golf course here in Memphis. Is that? Yep. Yep, that's the one accessible for,
What does that
and
mean?
accessible meaning accessible to all persons regardless of ability
Oh,
or disability. So, well, not necessarily for, it is changing the language. It's accessible for all abilities, notwithstanding.
yeah.
And so what we propose to do short term is course irrigation, refurbish the clubhouse interiors, evaluate programmable opportunities where we could actually serve the youth as a starter course here and start clinics as well and workshops in that particular area.
How many holes did you say was it?
9. It's a 9-hole.
And I've actually, I've played it. I don't know if you could call my game playing golf, but
Yeah. So we got Chickasaw Heritage Park. Now, Chickasaw Heritage Park is actually a park in the French Fort neighborhood, and it's near the Ornamental Metal Museum. While it is historic and specifically to our Native American community, it has fallen on, some deferred maintenance times, I say that. And what we need to do is make the park accessible, because access to the park currently is really cumbersome.
it's got to do with the construction of the
Correct.
new bridge.
Yeah.
Which part is the park? Is it that
The
little
green,
square
it's
right
the
there?
green part.
The green space right there in front.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the center of the left picture.
That's the old,
Yeah.
the Marine
Hospital.
Behind that is the right here. This is-
Yep, that's it.
And this, and French Fort is down there.
Yes.
No, it's not a part of it. Just in here, but French Fort is directly behind it, down here.
French Fort.
French Fort is at African American community with Sarah Lucy.
French Fort.
Yep. So what we like to do, again, is replace the furnishings that are there, enhance the green space, and refurbish the basketball courts. We had a basketball court right corner, up top or left corner that you know, so we need to actually enhance that. And then, of course, provide a better ingress and egress to the park so the citizens at Fritz Ford can really enjoy that area.
Is there a wall beside the refinery that separates the refinery from the park?
Ravine. Right.
Oh, you don't see it? Okay, okay. I see how you can
Question.
see it, but
Chair,
Ma'am, Councilwoman White.
and you may get to this, and I want to jump the gun, and if I am, you just tell me to hold it. In terms of kind of what needs to be done individually, and I know you said that you all had a meeting, and I appreciate that. Is there someone who's looking at this and trying to create, like, I guess, an overall master plan as to how it's going to open up and connectivity to these places, and or even whether or not some of these things need to be repurposed? And the reason I stopped right there was when you said basketball court, French Fort. Everybody I know in French Fort is 70s, 80s. Not everybody, but everybody I know is. It's my parents' friends.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering, like, if there's kind of this overarching kind of, not just we're gonna fix up what's there, but wondering how we may need to repurpose some of these things. I mean, the basketball court may be feasible in French Fort. I don't know. I'm just asking, is there an overall kind of bigger view or planner for this project?
Okay, so I'll start with that. Right now, what I identify as remediation or just taking the current amenities and making them better, along with, and we understand that we cannot allow any of our amenities to continue to live in disrepair. While we do that, we will have community engagement sessions to understand what's in the community, what does the community want, how can we best leverage these particular parcels of land so that it makes sense for the community and it's just a reinvestment. And you're right, it may evolve where we don't have a basketball court, but we do retain a park, and it becomes something else there that would be a lot more attractive to those that actually live in the community as well. So we have our friends with MFA that really is helping us keep all of the projects together so that we continue to move forward up and down the river.
So what you're doing is you're going through a list of all the things that
Yes, sir.
MFA has done. I really like your comment, Councilwoman White, about how do we make these connected, and that's again where I think bike and walking trails come in. Councilwoman Logan, and then let's keep going because we've got more of these they're going to show us.
Well, that's what I did. When he first started out, he said that instead of having a holistic plan, they are looking at each section to keep the integrity of the community that section is in. So the request for this presentation was for a holistic plan of the riverfront from MLK all the way down to the other end. But when you started out, and I just let it go so I could hear what you were saying, but I still feel just like what she said, that it's not a holistic plan. And I understand what you're saying, that, you know, each part of the riverfront is in a community, and you all's approach is to keep the integrity of that community in that section, but it doesn't make for a comprehensive or a plan for the riverfront. I do understand wanting to keep the integrity of each community, but engage the community in a holistic plan as to how we can move the whole thing forward.
I think that what we're looking at is phase one of their plan.
Yeah.
And
And it
phase
costs
two,
money.
I think, is
And
going to be
it's-
this holistic part.
Correct.
Okay, but let's let them finish, and then I think we're going to get to what you want.
But I'm asking this, are we creating phase one such that it rolls into phase two without a lot of cost?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we haven't said anything so far that connects to a phase two, like a theme for the whole thing. But
No,
go ahead.
I understand. I'm getting there.
Okay.
I'm
all
getting
right.
there. All right.
I'm just gonna let you talk, and I'm gonna take my notes.
Yes,
Go
ma'am.
ahead.
All right.
That's what I decided
All right,
to
let's go
do,
next.
Councilwoman Lowe.
Yeah. All right. So you have now the replacement of the new I-55 bridge. So why is that important? As you know, that we had Big River or America River crossing some time ago that had a walking trail on that bridge, on the old bridge that connected us to Arkansas and then of course to Memphis. What we plan to do is to connect those parcels further south and north to that trail as well, and then connect it on to the rest of the riverfront. And so that is, once the bridge is constructed, we will then begin our work to connect those amenities so that there is a walking trail. Now, again, it will be unique. Each parcel will be unique to each neighborhood, as we will have community engagement from the neighbors. We don't want to start providing something that the citizens don't want. And to Councilwoman White's point, if the community has evolved such that the amenity no longer needs to be there, then we need to repurpose it. But what we're saying as well, we don't ever want anything to continue to fall in disrepair. So we do need to make sure that we provide some level of infrastructure upgrade while we continue to plan and develop the next 2 or 3 phases. So we are addressing that. All right. So we have what's called the Memphis Flyway, and I'll let Mr. Davis kind of talk about that, since this is actually under construction and it is a River Parks project.
So you can, excuse me, Art Davis, 2261 Monroe. I'm the acting chief executive officer for Memphis River Parks Partnership. The picture on the left shows the construction site of the flyway. The Memphis Flyway will be the only free ADA accessible observation deck on the Mississippi River. At certain stages, you'll actually be over water so that you can actually, see some of the river life that is there. And this will be completed in June of 2026. And again, it's fully accessible. Observation deck is about 218 feet. That goes out and comes into like a curved deck and comes back in. We have been very aware of challenges in the design, not only for the maintenance of the structure itself, but also how do we maintain the habitat in that area. It is also, on the flyway, so there'll be many opportunities to see the birds as they migrate. So it'll be a great opportunity not only for visitors, but for classroom education. Our intent is to develop a curriculum for schools to include that in their field trips. And we expect that it'll bring an additional million visitors to Memphis.
We've got a question from Councilman Smiley.
To be fair, I was asking to Dr. Warren, but hey, he wants me to ask you.
Okay.
I figure you always know the answer, but what I'm trying to figure out, does this replace I don't know what the thing was. It was like this tall tree thing where the birds are supposed to fly in. Is this replacing that?
Yes, it's going in the location where that was. Yes.
I like this better.
Thank you.
The other one was kind of suspect, but who idea was to replace it?
I guess it's
somebody got to take credit for that. That's good. That's good. That's good. It was good stuff.
Yeah, sure.
No,
Councilman would say that.
yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have the Harbor Docks project, and that's the Bill Street Landing improvement. And what we proposed there, of course, you know that, I think, it was around 2014 that Bill Street Landing fully became activated and such. So over time, there's been a lot of wear and tear with visitors there. And then, of course, one of the things that we've seen is there's a lot of debris collection in that particular area. And it's really worn that deck and dock down. And so what we have now is improvements to the docking area such that we can remove a lot of the riverside trash out, in which, you know, it does collect. And then, of course, improve and provide more resilient, weather resilient and travel resilient material to that particular dock and decking area as well. That should be complete in the fourth quarter of this year in 2025.
Do we think we're having boats come back again?
That is the goal. We actually have some private interest in our riverfront as well, where there's an opportunity for some private entities to invest in a dock, so that we would have boats there. What we have to do is consider the location, consider the traffic, but right now I'm really impressed with the boats that are actually a Greenbelt and how they are leveraging the opportunity to see and experience Memphis. And so it would be, I think our ears are perked when we do have private entities that want to invest in the city, and then, of course, leverage it right near Beale Street. And so then their patrons can leave the boat and actually experience Beale Street.
Let the record show Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Dr. Easter Thomas has arrived.
All right, so we got Mud Island, and of course we got the amphitheater, and that's been a well-discussed entity. If we were to improve the amphitheater, here's the current concept. One, you would have better seating, better acoustics. What we would have to do, of course, is address adjacent parking and other amenities that make that particular area a lot more attractive for concert goers should we make the investment. So that's one option, is for Mud Island. And here's the other concept for a complete modernization. We've not priced it as of yet. We will. And I take it that you will be a sponsor of this? Yeah. No price. I mean, that's fair. And out of complete fairness and honesty with Mayor Young, a lot of these plans, studies, and programs were put together prior to Mayor Young becoming mayor. And so once this is seen, adopted, and the mayor gets the community engagement feedback, then I think this is going to be adopted as, you know, Mayor Young's entire riverfront plan and executed in the various phases. But these are, because of the request, and you all are correct in making this request, to understand what's happening around, along and around our riverfront, we pulled this together for you all.
What does that mean exactly?
So
what you saying?
So what I'm saying is, a lot of these concepts and plans are the first time Mayor Young has seen those, no different than you all.
What you presented today.
I think what happened is we've had a number of different parts of this plan developed over time, individually and separately. And what they went and did is they pulled all of them and put them together and said, okay, these are the things that have been looked at. This is where we're starting with the continuity plan. Number one, let's do our deferred maintenance down there in all the neighborhoods that need it. And now phase two, are you presenting phase two? Because it's time for you to get to that.
Not
what else
yet.
you got?
We don't have phase two.
Not yet.
Okay.
So I think that's what we're asking.
Yeah.
Where's phase two?
I got it. So next is the iteration where Mud Island becomes a clean slate, and what you see is the existing location, and then what you see on the right is what it could be if it is just an open slate for a lot of programmable opportunities. We've had a lot of different programmable pop-up opportunities on Mud Island over the years, and they've been wildly successful, and then some not so, but we anticipate that this will be a great opportunity there. So again, it is which one of the concepts we will kind of settle on and then provide you all.
So the second concept, what does that have to do with Varen von Opperbeam? Looks like they're wiped out, the stuff they're putting in there? No, okay. It sort of looks
And
like Memphis
mahogany.
in May, your concept drawing, if I'm just looking at it, but,
And
Yeah.
mahogany.
okay.
Go back.
Yeah.
Mahogany.
They're not wiped out.
They're not wiped out.
Okay. Very good. Let the record show that we have now Councilman Spinoza, Councilman Chair Ford Canale are here. And Easter Thomas, I've already said her, so I think, Councilwoman Walker, it's your question for this. You're through your presentation, correct?
No, I got
One more thing?
2 more.
Two more, okay. Keep going.
Okay, all right. Then, of course, you have one iteration where it becomes a mid-rise, mixed-use opportunity similar to the Harbortown experience. So that's an opportunity as well. All right, let me go to Harbor Docks, and this is where the old Lone Star building used to be, but there's, on the right will be the series of switchback ramps that will take you down to a paddle boat landing in which we will offer paddle boat opportunities in that particular area. Right now, that is under construction, well, in design, and will be soon under construction, and it should be done by first quarter of 2026. Yes, ma'am.
Is that private? Someone going to run that privately or ours to run?
Well, ultimately, it would be ours to run, but we could actually put that under the management agreement of River Park, so we could have someone individually manage that out. I mean, they would run that, but it's our amenity. First quarter of 2026. Yes, ma'am.
Part of our CIP? This is state funding?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. Last one, and this is the Greenbelt landing, in which we will then improve the docking area for the boats that actually pull up in Greenbelt, the Greenbelt Park itself.
And the reason they're pulling Greenbelt Park is our current dock is insufficient for the
Correct.
size of the boat.
Correct.
And what does the Army Corps of Engineers have to say about that?
So this is in addition to the repair that's going to be done at the Beale Street Landing. So what we wanted to be able to do is accommodate 3 ships at one time in Memphis. Currently, if we have 2 ships, one has to be at Mud Island using that ramp, the other one's at Greenbelt. So with this expansion, we can have 2 here and 1 at Beale Street Landing. The Corps is working very closely with the city on the Greenbelt. As a matter of fact, it's partly funded through an earmark from the Corps of Engineers. And so that process has been going on. The 408 permits have been issued, and they're working very closely with us on that project.
So it looks like the only amenity that we're seeing at this spot is the parking lot's paved. We're doing anything different?
Yes. Right now, they're having to run water from the top of the bluff that's there. So it's about 700 feet of water hose that they have to use to take on water. This project will have water connections at each of the ramps. We're also adding, if you look just on the west side, on the closest to the river, you'll see that not only are buses there, but there's some protection for the guests while they're waiting for buses to arrive, shelter, if you will, from the sun. And it also helps if right at the east side of the parking lot, you'll see where trash dumpsters go. Right now, they're just set in the parking lot. So a lot of aesthetic looks so that the first view of people coming to Memphis is something other than a parking lot.
Thank you. Okay, we're at 9:59, and I take it we're at the top of the park. Is that correct, Chief?
Yes. So we do have Sunset Lake, and there is a state-funded implementation strategy. Phase 1 is to develop a comprehensive restoration plan for the Wolf River Harbor, and it's addressing the environmental remediation, regulatory compliance, and technical feasibility. Then, of course, phase 2, you assess the engineering and design framework, ensuring that the project aligns with long-term ecological and sustainability for the community access. So what you have left, of course, is existing. 2 is in concept. Right now, let's see, you have update.
I think if you look at 2 council members, what you'll see is the difference is there is a dam. You can see the dam at the top of that concept. And what that will do, I think, will allow us, when the river is up, to let this fill and have the ability to keep the lake at a steady level unless we have a flood. That would make a big difference in the developmental ability of the rest of this as far as housing and businesses. Is that correct?
That is correct. Now, this will be a development opportunity, and what we're doing is taking care of the infrastructure itself.
Right. The state is taking a look at the phase 1 right now, and you're absolutely right. The weir that creates a steady pool of water. You know, this was taken actually in high water conditions, but a lot of times that lake looks pretty rough. You see that crusty bottom, and you see the trash. By creating this weir, you got a steady, normal pool of water. That way you can create trails around it. And this, for the sake of just an analogy, it's like the Shelby Farms lake opportunities, but for those that are living in the inner core of the city. They'll be able to feed in from North Memphis and a lot of other areas that might not have access to Shelby Farms, and so they'll have an opportunity to enjoy this lake.
Well, this will actually be connected by the the Greenway is exactly across from this, so we'll be able to have Greenway access from this. So you can actually take a trail from Arkansas across the bridge, take your trail all the way up to here, and then head out to Shelby Farms from here once we have this connected. Yeah. Of interest, will you have that dam, Tom? Are they expecting to have a pedestrian walkway across that dam?
No, and technically it's a weir because the Corps of Engineers says that's what you have to call it in order to achieve the 404 permit status, and there are lots of technical reasons for that, but there is no connection on top. There's a service road only. There's not an actual connection because there are instances where the water might roll over that weir,
right? And
so you have to allow for that. Now that's like once every 3 or 4 years. It's a 100-year event, maybe a 50-year event, but in either case,
so since then you can't have pedestrians on it, even if it's only once
it would be unsafe. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So
Councilman White, and then we're going to finish up.
This concludes all the properties.
And I know we need to move on. I just want to make 2 quick comments. One, when we were talking about the Valero and kind of how that changed. First of all, thank you all for that history and context. That was very, very important. One thing I was going to say is that I know that Valero has partnered with a lot of different nonprofits over in South Memphis. One that may be, when you were talking about opportunities, that may be an opportunity to partner with them on how to, they may even possibly fund this separation of this park. So that's a good opportunity there. The other thing that I wanted to say is about us engaging. And again, I don't know how we're going to do a master plan or a project manager, what this is going to look like in terms of connectivity and how structurally it's going to all work together. But one other thing that I would like for you all to explore are companies, consultants, I don't know what that looks like, that help to focus on how to make our riverfront revenue generating. When we talk about Memphis and what makes Memphis beautiful and what attracts people to Memphis, when we talk about the culture, the music, one big attraction that we have that we've not fully developed is the riverfront. So I'm excited about the development of the riverfront, but we also need the expertise in how to make the riverfront revenue generating. Because when we talk about bringing in money, in order for us to be able to make things more beautiful, in order for us to have nicer things, we need to be able to have money that's not just recycled Memphis money. We need to be bringing in outside money. And so as we think about this restructuring, I just want us to be focused on that as well. And that's all I had. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker, and then Councilwoman Logan has one closing comment. Go ahead.
Yes, is it possible?
Easter Thomas also has one. Okay. We're doing good. Keep going.
Thank you all for this. Is it possible to go back to the slide of the opening, the new opening to the park next to Valero? Thank you. What are the current hours of the park, and has there been any conversation about what the hours would be once this redevelopment is complete?
So summertime hours starting March 15th, I believe it is. We are 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. That goes all the way to October 30th, and then we go from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. with park opening hours.
Okay, thank you for that. So with respect to public safety and just some other things, the lamps that are on the front of the columns, and so what I'm getting at, if you all can make sure that that is properly lit at night, and from both sides as well, because I'm dealing with a situation in my district, an Accelerate Memphis project and some columns similar to this, and I had sent the email asking about if they were illuminated, and somebody has ran into one of them already. So please make a note of that. Thank you. And then also, can you move forward to the either Harbor Docks or the amphitheater, whichever's next?
So which one would you like to see?
Both.
There you go.
Okay. Is this more like a curb or a wall right here on the perimeter? How big is that?
Yes, it's a flood wall, and actually it has some railing there now. And of course, that railing didn't quite do what it was meant to do. It really actually collects the trash. So we were talking about taking down the railing because it just holds trash, and creating a curb there, and then bringing the grass all the way down to that curb, so that it's a little bit more pleasant to look at than the revetment that you see on the left there. Not very pleasant to look at.
So if it's just a curb, people can just really just hop over into the fall, or
we're really not inviting people to that anymore.
Okay.
That's a really a restricted area now.
Okay, thank you for that. And then finally, the amphitheater. It was another slide of, so over up to the left, in the gray, that looks like what is currently the monorail. So what have the thoughts and plans been in regard to the monorail with respect to this plan?
So, there's been a lot of conversation about the monorail. Reactivating the monorail has not been one that we've talked about or considered, but maybe looking at that particular space as an open air walkway, things of that nature that we could resurface, and it would allow, because what we see now, we see a lot of people that actually walk that for exercise, but then also we do have opportunities to maybe provide some level of minimal rapid transit across for those that cannot physically walk that. So again, these are all concepts at best. I want to make sure that we are clear on this. As opposed to studying and developing a master plan, which would take us a lot longer than it has been to pull all these plans together, we wanted to bring to you all what was in concept and what has been out there. Then we moved to the next phase of really truly developing that plan, but that plan would be that of Mayor Young. These ideas, plans, and concepts date back to Mayor Harrington in execution, but probably before Mayor Harrington. And so we do need to pull these together in rapid succession, but allow Mayor Young to stamp his name on it. You all fund it, and then we go long-term into the development, design, and construction where it all ties together. So again, nothing is completely fixed here with the exception of those projects that we talked about that are underway, and most of those projects, if not all, are truly infrastructure projects. So we've not done anything to change.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, we got that. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, go ahead, Councilman Walker, you're still going.
Okay, thank you for that. And finally, thank you, Councilwoman White, about making the reference to Valero possibly supporting this as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, and then Councilwoman Logan, and we shall adjourn after that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilwoman Logan, for bringing this item. I think that having that comprehensive look is super duper smart. As you see, the 13 of us come with a lot of ideas, feedback, biases, everything. And so I think that looking at it from a 20,000-foot view is a good way to make sure that things stay cohesive, that they stay economically smart, that they center the community, and that they really allow for people to place their input where it's needed and it's necessary, and not think about just the amphitheater on its own, or MLK Park on its own, or Greenbelt on its own, but really think about how in totality our riverfront can be even more of something that we tout as something that's a staple for the city and a staple for tourism. And I'm glad, Chief, that you took that suggestion from us. I actually forgot we talked about that months ago, but that maybe a year ago, but you actually took that suggestion, got with Memphis River Parks, and brought in other folks who've been doing the work to really give it comprehensive. And so I know I'll at least say concepts and iterating that we have options, and we can have plenty of ideas, and that we have options of what we're able to really back and put behind. And I think that y'all's administration may be the actual administration to get it cohesively and comprehensively done, at least on paper, and CIP out for the next 7-8 years. So thank you for bringing it and showing it in that way, and thank you, Councilwoman Logan, for asking for it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Logan, take us home.
Thank you. And again, thank you. I understand it was short notice and we were asking, it was a tall request, but we have to get in there. This is what we do, government. This picture right here is what I wanted to show. What I've been talking about is this is modernization, and the other ones have been improvements. What I would like to see is, are we going to modernization or are we going to something else for the entire way down? Even though on the community-facing side, it can reflect the community, but on people coming into our city, what does it say when they look all the way down? They're not going to know the different, when we're trying to attract industry, new people, visitors, when they come in, what's going to be impressive? I do agree that the people-facing side should be reflective of the community, but there's a thread in the city of Memphis that makes us 901, makes us Memphis, and what is that? Sometimes people say Elvis, the King, Martin Luther King, barbecue, music, culture. What is it that brands us? What are we wanting to see reflected? What do we want people to see when they come in and understand when they leave about us? How can that be reflected along the riverfront, which is the front door, and the exiting door? When they leave, what you want them to take with you. That can be reflected along the entire riverfront without it not having community input or community flavor as well. So I don't want us to feel like we can't walk and chew gum at the same time, because that's what's going to produce revenue as well. That branding and bringing them forward. Another thing I wanted to look at when you come back, because I definitely want you all to come back. with how you're going to roll out that plan. I know you want it to be Mayor Young's plan, but we just want to know what is it. You know, we just want y'all to put together and tell us how you're going to do it, and how is it going to phase out? Like, what's phase one?
I think
It's
what you're
not
hearing is
phase
we want
one.
to have a little bit of input to Mayor Young's plan and
Yeah,
help him with
absolutely.
it. Okay.
This is not necessarily phase one. This is, okay, we hear you, we're getting ready to clean up some stuff so we can begin to put some stuff together, but while we're putting it together, we want to at least clean it up. We want to at least, make it viable and usable. But the plan is to do this, to do that next, and to do this. Just like they did with Memphis 3.0. And I would say John Zena did a great job of putting together the plan and the vision, including community engagement. We did that for like 2 years, community engagement, then coming back with the plan. So that model of how they did that, how they rolled it out, they had the concept jars, they had the community engagement, is one that I felt was viable. So if you all could come back with the plan, because this is
Councilwoman.
good, but it's not the plan. Thank you.
We got you.
I appreciate that.
All right, and,
thank you for that, and now you're back. But I do want you all to come back.
We understand. We will bring it back. We want to execute in less than 2 years, and I can guarantee you this model is similar to the one in 3.0. We have to put together the infant stages of it, and then we'll roll it out. But we hear you.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to call this meeting adjourned. This was a great meeting, a lot of good information. We'll have some talk out of
Gotta get back used to it. All right, I don't know what time it is. What time is it? 10:54. I hope that clock's right. I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Service Committee order. Ms. Keaton, you know what to do.
Councilman Spinoza. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Warren.
Present, but I didn't cause the delay.
Chair Smiley. And Councilman Canali.
All those good people are here. We have 2 items on the agenda. I'm not talking into the mic today. Item number 1, resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $550,000 to Stormwater CIPP 2025 project ST03239 to repair, rehab existing damaged storm drain pipes using CIP process at various locations. All council is sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion?
So
Second.
moved.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Spinoza. Go ahead.
Thank you. Scott Morgan, Public Works Director, 125 North Main. Construction project for existing storm drain lines, so similar to last week. This is for storm drainage versus sanitary sewers, and it's to use the cured in place pipe process, which is a trenchless technology to rehab infrastructure.
All right, any questions by the body? It appears all hearts and minds clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Subpoena to the ayes have it. Item number 2, a resolution accepting insurance proceeds in CIP project GS 24107 contingencies totaling $286,719.69 for additional water damage suffered at Mississippi River Museum at Mud Island, increasing allocation by said amount, appropriating these and funds and contract construction CIP project number GS 24107, District 7, Super District, sponsored by Michelle County Board, second.
Move it.
9 minutes, moved by Councilman Washington, taken by Councilwoman Logan.
Good morning, Council. Melvin Jameson, 125 North Main Street. All right, so this resolution arises from water damage caused by at Mud Island Museum, fire sprinkler system water line break, which caused flooding to the building. We remediated the water, took care of all the repairs. General Services asking council to approve the appropriation of the reimbursables from the insurance company back to the contingency account. Thank you. Any questions?
All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Subpoena should ayes have it. This committee is adjourned. Thank you all.
Colleagues, today is March 25th and it is 10:58 a.m. I hereby call the Libraries and Neighborhood Improvement Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Keaton, can you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
I think I'm here.
Councilman Canali. Chair Walker.
Present. So we have one item today, and it is a resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate grant funds in the amount of $1,584,008 from the State of Tennessee Department of Economic Community Development, all council districts, sponsored by administration.
So moved. Second then.
Motion by Ford and second by Warren. Who from the administration will be speaking on this item?
I think they're in the elevator.
Good morning, Walter Person, CFO, 125 North Main. I just respectfully request that you accept this money from the state on behalf of the Library Services Division.
Okay, are there any questions or comments?
Well,
Why don't we? Yeah.
I say I don't see any harm in it, but I don't know that it is a requirement.
Well, we need the money. Let's take the money.
That's, well, I mean, that's what I said. I prefer it, but I leave it up to the will of the body as to.
We can make that happen. Let's get that money. Same 9 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I would appreciate saying that minute.
Call the question.
Is that it, colleagues? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And it is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Is there any other business to come before this committee? And it's the will of the body that we have same night minutes. Okay, seeing that there are no other items before this committee, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
The Budget and Audit Committee to order. Please call the roll.
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, Councilman Spinoza, Councilman Ford Sr., Councilwoman Walker,
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Canale, Vice Chair White, Councilman Smiley.
And I'm present. Thank you. First item on the agenda is a presentation on Laclede Landing Phase 2, all districts, sponsored by Councilman Ford Sr. Councilman Ford, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. This item has been going on for over a year, so everything has already been kind of approved, but they want to give this presentation. This is the first phase. There's some other phases that's going to be coming in. I'd like for you all to come up, introduce yourselves, and then we can proceed. We're running behind a little bit, so make it as short as possible today. Okay? Thank you very much.
Good morning, and please state your name and address for the record when you all speak. Thank you.
Jerry Dwayne Taylor, pastor, Greater Mount Moriah Baptist Church. Praise and Winless, the owner of WinCorp LLC. Robert Powell.
And could you all state your addresses for the record? Your address. And you can do it when it's time for you to speak in order.
All right, first of all, I want to thank you all. And the address is 810 East Brooks Road. And I want to thank you all for the first phase, which you all give us $200,000 for the first phase, and the total amount was $1,294,000 for what we're trying to do in the community over there in front of the Greater Mount Moriah Baptist Church, which is Wellington, Laclede, and Edith Street. And now the first phase was to get rid of a lot of dead trees in the median area. and beautify the area with new trees, which I think we have a total of 72 trees that we are putting down. And so now we are ready to move to the second stage, which we request for the remaining balance, which is going to include the street lights, the curb appeal, replacing all the curb in the median, because that median over there never got repaired or anything of that nature. And the curbs, when people drive up on the sidewalk for the drive up on the curb, they have damaged the sidewalks going down Edith, which meets to Lauderdale, to Wellington to Lauderdale. And on the Laclede side, we have a lot of, I know Council Ford, you said make it quick, but all in a nutshell, what we're trying to do is bring that area up over there, kind of mimic the downtown area, and also WinCorp is, help bringing the area up over there by remodeling apartments over there. And we're doing it for a reason, because downtown, we're so close to downtown, we don't want people to, if they don't have the money to stay downtown, let's provide them something that affordable and get the downtown feel without having to pay the downtown monies for rent and things like that. That's what WinCorp is doing on the WinCorp side. So hopefully that the city can help us by help beautifying the media area, whereas it'll complement each other, and what Pastor Taylor is doing in the community as well with the wraparound service. I'll let you have that.
Again, let me thank you, Mr. Winless, and thank you, Council. With the Council help, a couple of things that we've done, just trying to look at the major perspective, trying to crystallize the neighborhood. We believe that if you look good, you can feel good. And with the South Memphis area that we're doing, with the trees, we think this will stimulate just the community as a whole. And then even when you ride down, you'll be able to see South Memphis that's looking like a Germantown, or looking, to upgrade what we're doing, the wraparound services, those type of things that'll be able to be impactful in the South Memphis area. So that's pretty much where we are. Pardon? On tomorrow, we'll be doing the ribbon cutting during that time, and certainly you all are welcome, where we'll be able to highlight the infrastructure on tomorrow that we have slightly invested in. We're doing that we've opened it up for unity in the community to be a great impactful view for those that are in that area. So.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
I want to ask Director Person, have we already allocated funds to this project? When is the next allocation? Oh, okay, so they will continue the project.
Is there a particular timeline in terms of how the fund is supposed to?
Have you used all the funding thus far that have been allocated?
No, we not as of yet. We're trying to, Ms. Powell, you want to answer that?
Yeah, the other process that we're trying to take in order to get the permit to get the trees installed and the old ones taken up right now. And we're in the middle of that process right now to actually get those trees installed right now. So.
Okay.
That's what the ribbon cutting for tomorrow. So hopefully after the ribbon cutting, we can go ahead and get the approval to go ahead and see, we're doing something that really, to be honest with you, that not been done in Memphis. We agreed that if you all help us with this project, we will take on, to make sure that we water the trees ourselves. Because a lot of times we're doing things around the city and it's not being kept up, and the trees die, the plants die. But we, Pastor and I, and Mr. Powell, we agreed to go ahead and whatever that you all do for us, we will maintain the trees to make sure that the trees will stay alive, not die in the summer. And so we'll come up with a plan, watering them at least 3 times a week for the next 2 years. And therefore, they have caught root and they can stand on their own. But if we just plant them and just leave them there, they would die within the next 6 months to a year. We don't want that.
When was the $200,000 allocated?
It was last year.
So what has been done so far in terms of the project?
We have been trying to get approved from the city. That's what Ms. Powell working on.
The project is so
where's
special
administration? We need administration to come and give an update on this.
Yeah,
Can you have someone come down? Chair, is it okay?
Thank
You're
you.
trying to get approval on what?
We're trying to get the permit to actually trees planted through the city. We've gone through all
Turn
the
on your
processes.
microphone, please.
Yes, we've gone through all the processes to in order to get improved submitted plans.
Yeah, they've been giving us
with
the-
stamps and all that, and we're just waiting on them to approve to get those passed through, so we can go ahead and start planning.
Who approved it?
It's such a special project that engineering, we sent it to engineering, they said traffic may have to get involved, and so they're trying to determine which way we should go, I guess, right now, so.
So as of right now, so are you all acting as the project manager for this project to make sure that it moves along?
Yes, WinCorp, yes.
Okay, and then who's your contact with the administration?
Right now, engineering, Gregory Patterson from engineering. We were told from Chip Saliba to contact him, and we've been keeping in contact with him as far as getting that permit issued to us, so.
Okay, chief person, so have we already allocated the whole $1.2 million? No. So it's an anticipated allocation? Okay, so right now, as it stands, none of the $200,000 has been spent. Is that
No,
correct?
ma'am, it have not been spent because we're waiting on approval for the city. And see, I think the confusion with the city, this never been done before. You know, someone to take care of the trees after been planted. You know, so I don't know what the holdup is, but we've been going from one department to another trying to get approval. The presentation with the city, that's been done about 4 or 5 months ago, and we still hadn't gotten a result for an approval. All we need is an approval because the people have they have held the trees for us for about 5 months, about 72 trees, and we're trying to get an approval whereas we can move forward with them because I wouldn't hold no tree for nobody for that long. But thank God that the relationship that we have with them, they hold the trees for us, you know, ever since, I think, like October last year, September last year, and we still hadn't gotten approved. So right now we're at the mercy of the approval state, whereas we can say, yes, let's go ahead and make this happen.
So, and we have some other council members in the queue, and I'm going to move on. And I know this is Councilman Ford's matter, so I'll let him get some direction. But one thing I was going to say is, as the project manager, you know, reach out to us or to someone so that to say, hey, we have this money for this project that you've allocated funds to that we can't move forward on because you all are the holdup. We don't want to be the holdup for a project that we allocated funds to. And so next in the queue, we have Councilwoman Walker.
Good morning. Thank you all for coming. I remember when you all came last year. I'm sorry that you all are having these challenges, and I know that this is an amazing team, and with the support of Councilman Ford, this will be worked out. But what I really wanted to say was I grew up not too far from there, and I just appreciate something of this nature happening in the neighborhood, and I could just go on and on, but my grandmother lived on Wellington and we lived on Cambridge, and I had an aunt on Lucy and cousins on Simpson and on and on and on. But yeah, South Memphis. So thank you all again, and best wishes to you. Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman Ford Sr.
Yeah, let me kind of clarify a lot of things. This started before the new council got here, okay? We've been working on this quite a bit. Now, what was said before, what you mentioned, I'm gonna clarify that. Hold up, don't you go nowhere. You said we want to make it look like Germantown. McLemore used to look like Germantown. Wellington, all of that. Black folks did not live there. We had Jackson Cookies, we had everything going down that strip all the way to Belleview. That was the place. Y'all moved away from us to try to get to Germantown, okay, which was black folks' property. That they moved black folk out, said it wasn't worth a dime. By the time they took the property from the black folk, I'm just gonna be honest today, you couldn't go and buy a square block of it because it costs too much. Now they're trying to get back over there where we are again. This project is trying to redevelop that particular area. The city of Memphis, I ain't got nothing wrong with it. People moving, but they already across Crump Avenue trying to move us black folk out again. Say it ain't worth nothing. Want to put all these apartments, everything else. We don't want that no more. We got enough. Let them go somewhere else. Let them go back out there to Germantown. Okay? We want to save our neighborhood. We want to improve it. This is what this project has always been about. I think we got, what, 1, 2, 3 phases of it, you know. For our people, okay? I'm just being honest, because y'all moved away from there. We moved in. Now y'all want to come back and take it away. If you go down on Crump Avenue, West Florida Street, they've already took that away. We trying to save. You got Church of God in Christ, you got your church over there, you got too many different churches that's in that particular area that, hey, we trying to protect our area and grow it back. We just didn't start this, okay? It's been hard to try to get a lot of money. Now, since we were talking about like engineering, that's why I wanted them to come here, because I want engineering to go ahead and go out there and approve it where they can keep on doing what they're supposed to be doing. That's why, hey, the groundbreaking gonna be tomorrow. I'd like for everybody to come, okay? That's where they can see what's going on, okay? 2 o'clock.
Yes, 2 o'clock.
Yeah, and let's do it, make it let's do something worthwhile. I want it in our neighborhoods. I want the same thing that's out there in East Memphis or wherever else. I want it in my neighborhood. You know, our neighborhood, hey, really been neglected, plus North Memphis and all the rest of it. It's time for us, okay? Everybody else get all that. East Memphis gets it because when they develop out there, it's already there. They take it away from us. We're kind of tired of that, okay? It's supposed to be a black city, but I'm not black. You know, it's black, white, don't make me no different, but shucks, just don't leave us out. I've been trying to work on another project in which, hey, I'm having the same doggone problem, okay? But they can come up and go out east and do something else. I'm kind of tired of that now. You know, don't take my money for somewhere out east, okay? We've been dealing with this a long time, okay? That's why I brought them here. I'm gonna bring a few more people here that's gonna redevelop some of our so-called bad areas, blight, all the rest. If we can help these neighborhoods go back in there, and this is what these people are trying to do, okay? And I just ask everybody, hey, try to be there tomorrow, and then just look at the area, what we're trying to do, and then see some of the floor plans, everything that they got planned for that particular area to bring it back. You know, one place in which I like to just say, Tillman, Walnut Grove Road, where you end up going Tillman all the way back down to like Summer, all the rest of it. All that redevelopment should have been our redevelopment too, okay? Well, I'd like to see some of that in my area, you know. We overdue, okay? That's why some of these, when budget time come around, I got something to put in the budget. You know, I'm gonna raise, this is my last term, and I'm gonna raise problems if it's not happening. And then not only my district, in the black areas, okay, this time. North Memphis, where you are, Doctor? Ms. Logan? All of them. Hey, it's time, okay? Yeah, to do our thing, okay?
It does. I wish we had someone from the administration here on this project, because I was looking here at streetlights, and I don't know if someone else can answer this. I was wondering, and Councilwoman Logan, I'm sorry, you're in the queue.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if that was something that could be requested or done through MLGW versus through this particular
Is it street
budget.
lights or?
But Councilwoman Logan, I'm sorry, you recognize.
The reason why I was asking, we're doing the same thing, and the process that we had to go through was they had to do a study on the types of trees that can go in the median so they won't dig down up under the ground and bust up the grass. And then there's a safety plan that has to be associated, developed by the engineering department. So when they're installing the trees, that all of the areas of safety would know, and he can tell you, they have to be involved. So like police and other people that are there helping to keep everybody safe when they're installing it, all of those things have to be coordinated, and it's taken a long time on our part too, because it's something different. So it's happening on the other side, and it's been about the same amount of time. But I think because it's new, there had to be some legal things put in place for insurance, to make sure that the city is protected. But we do need a way forward. You have to keep calling and getting updates and all of that. So it's administration, it's engineering, it's traffic and safety, it's the legal department. So a lot of people are involved, but administration should be able to provide you with a contact person to keep you updated and can continue to update you as well. But Director Boleen is here. He can shed some light on this phase in which your project is on as it relates to engineering. If you come on up. They're wanting to know the status and how it's been 4 months since they started with the planting of the trees in the medians and the street lights and things like that.
Good morning, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So I am familiar with the project as a whole. We have been coordinating and working with the applicant regarding that. Just a few things that I wanted to bring out in terms of what we look at. I think you kind of mentioned it initially. Is one of the things that we saw on the plans that was submitted was the type of trees that were being proposed. And so we looked at the maturity of that tree and the spacing associated with the plan. And to us, it did not make sense, right? So it was, I think the type of tree is a gum tree, which typically grows up to 60 to 75 feet tall. The base of it could be 20 to 30 feet in diameter. And so the spacing as a whole did not reflect what was, at the end of the day, gonna be a good design. And so we're coordinating with the applicant regarding that. We provided that information to them. In addition, the plans also included some speed humps in some areas. And so we're working with that as well. As you alluded to, as part of that review, we look at the traffic and how that is impacted, as well as during the construction aspect of it. Because keep in mind that this road is separated by the median, roughly about 20 feet wide, and it's one lane in each direction. So northbound's one way and southbound's one way. There is on-street parking on either side. But we want to make sure that even during the construction period, that if you end up closing the road, that we provide public press release to notify them. Typically, if it's a one-day installation, we would limit the necessary permitting for that. However, if it's multiple days, it's incumbent upon us to notify the public associated with it. So we are working with the applicant on this. My understanding is that there's a concept of maybe doing a phasing of the project now, and we're open to that at this point.
Thank you. Anything else, Councilwoman Logan?
There, as I was stating previously, administration needs to designate someone to keep them updated on the phases. I don't know if you're sending information, if traffic is sending, if legal is sending. There needs to be like a comprehensive outline and a direct person I don't know who will need to get that to chief or whoever's the lead person on it, but it would benefit them to know exactly where you are in the phase and what time limit to expect.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So we do have a point person. Most of the submittals is being done through our portal, the 901 portal. And so that's being administered through that process. As the gentleman alluded to, Greg Patterson is our key point person on that. Any correspondence from our office will be relayed through that communication line. In addition, as you mentioned earlier, that the applicant is going to take on the responsibility of the maintenance of it. We have to create the necessary documentation associated to that, acknowledging that the maintenance of the median will be responsibility of this group. So
And
that is part of our process as well.
So with them, when they turned in or submitted to you their plans for the types of trees, and you all met and did the study and determined that those types won't work, was that communicated back to them?
Yes, ma'am.
And with the design?
Well, we're not the landscape designers, obviously. So I would advise and recommend, if they don't already have a landscape architect in place to determine the type of landscaping, the trees that needs to be in there.
But those types of things should be communicated to them. If they're waiting on you and you waiting on them, it ain't nothing gonna happen.
So I assume that the plan that was submitted already outlined the type of trees that's being placed there. So there had to be some initial correspondence with a landscape architect or a landscaper to design and to identify the type of trees. We don't do that.
Do you tell them what type of trees are permitted?
We don't.
You just tell them what they can't do.
That's correct.
So if they
We
submit
look at it. We look at it from an engineering lens.
Like, Chair, I would recommend that Chief Adams be involved to let them know who to talk to and what advice to give them and help them through the process, though there won't be any gaps. He can recommend or determine who in the administration needs to be the point person at every point, so they won't have to sit and wait, because it's new to them as it is us.
Thank you.
I got some.
Hold on one second, Councilman Ford.
No, I just want to clarify.
Okay.
About these trees. Okay. You've already talked about how many different trees, and they told you what, they gave you what could go there.
Yes, they approved
Okay.
it. They approved the trees.
Yep, and they approved the trees. You didn't approve any tree. They approved everything. And how many different trees was it?
72 trees, am I right?
I mean, how many different type trees?
It's, I think, about two, I think it's 2 trees. Yeah.
But they did the trees.
Yeah, they approved it.
Okay, thank
They
you.
need to get guidance. We need to have.
Yeah, I was
Chief-
just about to say, it just needs to be some coordination, and I can assist with that, or Councilman Ford, or even Councilwoman Logan,
Yeah.
to try to assist with some coordination here, because we're looking at a budget of $1.2 million, and I don't know if that's up to date or what it was last year, because we know that last year's price is not today's price. And, time is of the essence in getting these projects moving, because you don't want to get started and have to stop. You want it to have some continuity in terms of development. Dr. Warren, you're recognized.
I just was saying, this looks like a great project. One of the things I think Councilman Ford would like to see is we're improving parts of the city. We improve this part, and what you actually have, you have improved parts growing toward each other. So that's what we're looking for, and that's how we will make Memphis a better place. So it sounds to me like this is just a project that's been slowed by lack of communication and coordination. I think we're getting ready to have more communication and coordination. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Can I say something? All due to respect to the engineer, man, we have communicated for over 4 to 5 months. They have approved everything. All we just asking for is someone to stop taking up from one person to another. Someone take charge and approve this while we got trees. They approved everything. But we, even the engineer, we got someone said we need an engineering stamp. We got that. Someone, I think the last thing that we needed was that permit. I just paid $572 for a permit. What was that for then? you know, for someone to give us an approval to go ahead and because she can't hold these trees that the city approved. She can't hold these trees for long because somebody else may want these trees.
We're gonna make sure that we work on this today. So today we're gonna figure out some kind of connection, coordination before you all leave here.
Yes, ma'am. And to just compliment what Councilman Ford just said, Wayne Corp itself has spent over $1 million in that community, in that area already. We are remodeling apartments, which you'll see when you come out there tomorrow. We spent over $1 million just on those apartments because when I do something, I want to build after I will want to move in it, not just a slum law. I don't want to be listed as that. It will be something that I will move in. So if all I'm asking is just be considerate, you know, and help us, just help us build, you know, the community over there. That's all we're asking.
Thank you. Seeing no other colleagues.
I got one thing to say. Now,
yes, Councilman Ford.
just don't put it on me, because Councilman Carlisle, both of us were trying to get this together for them. It just was not me.
No, I'm not. We're all taking responsibility. We want to make sure that it gets done. I want to see this project done
It
too.
should
And
have
I'm
been
just
done
learning
a
about
long time ago. Yeah,
I'm gonna do what I can to help.
I ain't blaming you either, but you know, yeah, it should have been done a year ago. Well, it should have. Yeah, but Councilman Carlisle, we've been working on this and all the rest of it for a long time.
Okay.
And hey, once you all will see all the different phases, that would be a completely different area. Yeah.
We're excited about it. Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilman Ford, for having this come before us. Thank you all for presenting. I still have to do this committee, but maybe you can get with either Councilman Ford or Councilman Logan, or you all can wait. But I do want to make sure that we get some kind of resolution before you all leave here today. Thank you. Next, we have on item 2 is a resolution to allocate funding for neighborhood groups for anti-blight and beautification efforts, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Smiley. May I have a motion and a second?
Move it.
Motion by Councilman Canale, second by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilman Smiley, you're recognized. We're going to hold that matter.
Okay.
Okay, we're just going to hold that one. Next, we have a resolution to amend the FY25 Council Community Grant Allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Walker. May I have a motion and a second? A motion by Councilman Warren, second by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilwoman Walker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was brought to my attention that circumstances arose that required some funds to be reallocated, and that is the aim of this resolution.
Specifics?
Specifics, one of the applicants did not qualify.
Well, hold on, wait a minute. Were you done talking, Councilwoman Walker?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes, Councilwoman Dr. Michael Thomas, you're recognized.
So, Councilwoman Walker, definitely, yeah, we both got the same email. I think I, and Councilman Smiley had allocated to this particular organization. I won't call their names out. And then it was sent to us that we needed to reallocate, but it wasn't that they didn't qualify. It was actually because, as we've talked about for years, the city council grant process and the particulars that surround it sometimes are too cumbersome and not in a way that's super efficient that allows for all of our nonprofits to get in, get their money, report, and be done. And so reading the email exchange that actually happened between this organization and the grant office, it looked as if the grant office lost their application or something when they asked for an additional way of proving how they could get a different narrative. They asked that they submit a different narrative. The grant office said they didn't have the application anymore. They had to do it all over. And so the organization was like, well, we don't have the capacity to do that right now. We'll just give the money back. So that just speaks to, I know we hate to do it every year during budget season. It seems like we spend too much time talking about that grant process, but we have to get it in a way that's more efficient than it is. It seems like too much work for too little reward. A lot of organizations hadn't even got their money yet that we allocated last fiscal year. And so I think that this, what Councilwoman Walker is bringing, her having to reallocate, just speaks to, we got to get this under control and we got to get this concise, because the mayor's office, they also utilize the grant office. But they just got out 2 rounds of grants in the time that we can't even get out 1. And so we really need to look at how we're doing this and that we can really be impactful to the groups that we want to be impactful to without adding so much turmoil in our office, within our council members, the people who help us and our staff, and also the grant office. And once again, there are still organizations that we allocated to that have not been paid. And I think, I'm not putting it on the grant office, I'm not putting it on us, I think we have too much stuff on paper on our rules that grant office has to work around to make sure that they're following everything in their resolution. Therefore, we get organizations like this one who's very verified and very strategic in all the things that they do, but they just didn't have the capacity or the time to go back and forth with the grant office to resubmit something based on what we put in a resolution. So I'll be bringing it up again during budget season, but we really got to trim down all this stuff we got on paper. Just get the money out, make a report, and just keep it moving.
I agree.
Any other, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, and we'll go back to you again, Councilwoman Walker.
I know I personally had to send at least 4 or 5 emails to make sure that the organizations that I had supported got their money. So it's a little, I shouldn't have to do that. And it's really kind of embarrassing. So we really need to fine tune it. And I had asked for a reporting of the update of the grants. So hopefully we'll have that on the agenda for the next meeting to see what is our new process. How can we tweak it?
Okay, good. That's what I was going to recommend, that we got the young lady back in here that presented before on the grant process, and because we said we were going to revisit that resolution on how to make our process better. Councilwoman Walker, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwomen Easter Thomas and Swearingen Washington, for those comments. And the program does need tweaking. There are multiple challenges for the applicants, and as recently as at the documentary showing, someone was there, and as they passed me in the alley, said, I still haven't got my grant money. So it's very real for a lot of people, and I'm just looking forward to us being able to work this out on behalf of the applicants. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Any other colleagues in the queue? Seeing none, let's take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? This matter will go down to our next meeting on April the 8th, council meeting with the favorable recommendation. That's all we have in this committee. This committee meeting is adjourned. Wait, were you about to say something, Councilman Espinosa? I'm unadjourning the meeting at 11. What? I don't think so. Are you sure? Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, just to clarify, number 2 is
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren.
Speaking the mic.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Logan.
Present. Colleagues, we have 5 items on the agenda today. The first one is number 1 is a resolution to amend the Division of Housing and Community Development's federal budget by accepting the appropriation and allocation of over-collected home program income in the City of Memphis Oracle Financial System Grants Module for the fiscal year 2025 based on the actual collected receipted and reconciled funding per the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development HUD IDIS financial system. All council districts sponsored by administration.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Dr. Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Is there, and would you please give us your name and address, and you're recognized.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Ashley Cash, Housing and Community Development Director, 170 North Main. This resolution is essentially, we receive what's called program income when we have different programs. So this was our home partnership program where we make loans. In some cases, we have old heart payments, so it's a loan to a homeowner for home repairs, rehab. And these were essentially just principal and interest payments that we received. We received about $98,000, and then we have to come to you all to request that be amended and added to our federal budget. So that is the request that's before you today. Like I said, the funding was for home repair rehab. It will have to be deployed in that same way. So we'll use it on repair rehab programs for the city. 98,000, yes.
I also want to recognize Councilman Espinosa, who arrived as well. Council members, you all have any questions? Seeing that there are no questions or anyone in the queue, I'd like to take a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed. That item passed. Next item is a resolution accepting, allocating, and appropriating the sum of $2 million funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, chargeable to the FY25 budget for the Division of Housing and Community Development to support the Healthy Homes Production Grant. All council districts sponsored by administration.
Second.
It's been properly moved by Councilman Espinosa and seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. And if you would, you have a presentation for us?
I do.
Okay,
just
go right
3
ahead.
slides. Okay. Once again, afternoon, Ashley Cash, HCD Director. So this is, we're excited. We received a $2 million grant from HUD for the Healthy Home. Yes, wonderful. We have been, we heard y'all's call last year to say, how do we add revenue and additional funds and resources for the city for the benefit of its residents? And so we received this grant, which we're really excited about. Just briefly, the purpose is around all the things we've been talking about, what I talk about almost every time I come here: home repair, rehab. One of the last couple of times I came, you all accepted funding for our weatherization assistance program, which is just for energy efficiency things. We also have a lead remediation program, which only addresses lead issues, but we know within homes, when we go in, they have much more need than those specific programs. And so this budget, this project here is a 42-month grant for $2 million. And what we'll be able to do is address those other issues for homeowners that are receiving lead or weatherization programs. There are some homeowners that are already in the pipeline for those programs, but then there are other homeowners. In lead, you can be a homeowner or a renter. But there are other households that will be able to take advantage of this funding. We received the grant. Let's see. This is just talking a little bit about the type of jurisdiction that we have that made us eligible for the grant. And then we are leveraging some of our existing positions in order to match the funding for this program. We anticipate serving 100 households through the program. And then what's not listed there is we're working on hiring, identifying, and creating a position for a social worker. We have seen, especially through our direct service programs, that people have a lot more need than housing. Of course, we knew that. We try to address whatever issues are within the house, but typically the inspectors, the program managers, program staff are not fully qualified to assist in the fashion that a social worker might be. So we hope that by hiring a social worker through this program, we're able to further meet the needs of people. And let's see, I believe that is essentially the request. So we're just asking y'all to accept the funds and allocate them to our Healthy Homes Department. And then happy to respond to any questions.
I have a question about the, are you done with your presentation?
Yes,
okay.
I just took it back to
the social worker.
Mm-hmm.
So what would be your reason for not partnering with organizations that have social workers that do wraparound services, or you have a specific thing you need them to do?
That's a great question. I think we can do a yes and both, a little bit both and. So the public library system, they have a couple of social workers, and we've been trying to route people to them.
Mm-hmm.
What we're just finding is the level of need and the potential caseload for all of our who would be considered our partners in that space is just high. So you may have one social worker who is trying to help 100 people, if say 10 people call throughout a month. And so I think the workload could potentially be higher, and so your impact and effectiveness may be lower. But I do think we would love to supplement any activity with those partnerships. We've also talked internally about partnering with the College of Social Work.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's one at U of M. There may be some at other local colleges where we can do an intern. I know that social workers, there's different categories, but they all need hours. And so I think there's a lot of ways to get at this. And so this is just kind of one way that we're trying to address and solve the people, I hate to say the people issue, but the wraparound services.
The need for wraparound services.
Exactly. Thank you.
I would like to know more about it, or for us to look more into that before necessarily just hiring because of those opportunities. But I don't want us to adversely impact the effectiveness of the program without it, but to see what we could do, because that's adding another position.
Mm-hmm. And it will be a grant funded. That's right. That's true. But at this time, it's just a grant funded position that will go along with this grant. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I want to also acknowledge Councilman Canale who arrived. And we have two council members in the queue, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director Ashley, for this presentation. I think one of my questions has already been answered. I was wondering how you're going to fund it. So it's a grant. It's going to be funded through the grant.
That is correct. Yes.
And so if it's funded through the grant, and with this $2 million, am I correct? How long is this going to last if it's funded through the grant?
So it's 42 months, which 42 is a little bit, less than, don't make me do math on this.
All right, don't worry about the math. I'll figure the math out. And the second question is, there's a lot of money that comes through your division. And I get a lot of calls, and I see a lot of people that sometimes are not aware of what you're offering, because the programs that you have are amazing. But how do we get it out to the people, and your communication, getting it out to the people? I get phone calls, I get emails, and then when they do try to reach out, there's no one answering the phones, or, I have to call and I say, Ashley, excuse me, never disrespect you, Director, this. So I think there needs to be more effort, more looked into communication, and getting it out there so the people can know that these benefits and these programs are out there, especially the elderly who are looking for roofing, and like you just stressed, the lead issue that we know that is very severe and critical in this city. But I just want to know, what does your communication look like? Because I think we have a huge gap in getting that.
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
We do definitely have a gap. We're always work in progress on our communications and public relations. We try to work with the city communications to push information out. We have very recently, within the past, kind of towards the end of 24, started doing canvassing. So actually going into neighborhoods where the homes are older or where they are, well, they still be older, where they are 1978 or older, or there's more deterioration in the area. So we'll canvass. We've been working with Young Gifted Green on that. We have done billboards. We try to come out and do different tabling events at churches and different activities, but it's a work in progress. We try to touch all the different mediums, but that is somewhere that we would love some additional support, some additional, idea generation around it. And then maybe I can, what we probably could do, I don't think we've done this, is really put together a marketing strategy so that when you ask me that question, I can say, here's what we're doing, and then tell you, this is what's working, what's not working. A lot of our programs, although I think there's good communication. Can there be better communication? Yes. But a lot of them is word of mouth, so a neighbor will get something done, or a church member or auntie, and they pass that information along. And to your point, if you're not connected in that group of folks who are in the, for whatever reason in the know, you may not find out about it. So we always trying to work towards it, and we'll work on that, just really communications strategy, so that we can share how we're promoting these programs.
I don't know if you ever thought about it. Do you have a communication department that can really focus and really streamline that a little bit better?
Yes, ma'am. We have, I wouldn't say department, we have a position. We've got a really great PR coordinator that does all of our stuff internal and then works with external city communications. And they're pushing out information, but they're doing it for all the different, all the different programs. And sometimes the program of the day gets most of the attention. That's right.
And also, if whatever graphics that you have, if you could send them to us, if they could all be on the same kind of, on a document that we could send out, we can all put on our platforms and send to our constituents, as well as those senior services and wraparound services that are in our districts. Senior services, Meals on Wheels, Feed the Needy, senior centers, and all of the nonprofits that work in the senior community would be great opportunities, as well as send them to churches so they can do them on their announcements. And they have senior groups a lot of times. You can send them to them as well. But thank you for that. Thank you for that question, Councilwoman. Next, we have Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you. Does this funding include the assistance of building ramps for the elderly?
This does not. That would be something different that we're trying to roll out July 1. It will be using our community development block grant dollars. We're trying to create that, because I think we had some conversations some months ago about an aging in place, kind of like we have an aging in place program. It's only for senior repair right now, but we're trying to include that right now. Nobody or very few are doing accessibility accommodations. And so what we anticipate to happen is starting July 1 or very shortly thereafter, we do some form of RFP process to identify 2 or 3 service providers that can then be able to go and do the ramps, bathtub, bath bars, higher toilets, those different things that are kind of small, but they make a big difference in somebody's lives trying to navigate in their existing home. So to answer your question in a very long way, no, this funding is not for that.
Do we need to do same night minutes on this?
That would be great if y'all can. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we'll add same night minutes to this. We are receiving money. Anyone else has any questions or comments? All right, thank you. Thank you for that. Item number 3 is a resolution to appropriate the sum of $1 million. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. As a matter of fact, we need to vote on item number 2. Since there are no other questions, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor of item number 2, say aye. Any opposed?
With same night minutes.
With same night minutes. Absolutely. Any opposed? It's in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. This item passes. Item number 3 is a resolution to appropriate the sum of $1 million funded by GO bonds chargeable to the FY 2025 CIP budget for the Raleigh Springs Development Project number CD 01105, District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by administration.
Move it.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilman Warren. And if you would if you have a presentation on it, you can move forward with it.
Once again, thank you, Chair and Council. So we are just requesting our FY25 CIP allocation for this project be appropriated. This is for Raleigh Springside development, which is the additional 18 acres or so at Raleigh Springs Civic Center. We have been working with a couple of entities to try to redevelop the site. We are working now on identifying the infrastructure needs for the site and the architecture and engineering needs for the site, which the CIP will help to fund. This just talks a little bit about the key partnerships. So we're looking to do all the great things that the community wants to see. So to have some economic development. And I should say this is at Austin P and Yale in that area. Provide affordable housing, some additional recreational opportunities, enhance public space. This was the balance of the land after we did the library and the police precinct out there. This is how on this slide here is how we are anticipating to allocate the CIP request, putting the bulk of the money into A&E architecture and engineering work, and then the rest of it into other costs, because we're not at the point where we will be doing construction on infrastructure yet. We just need to do the planning work for it. So we're asking that y'all allocate the already approved CIP dollars.
All right. And is same 9 minutes requested for this?
No.
Okay. All right. In the queue, we have Councilman Canali.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Cash, will this $800,000 for A&E complete the whole master plan for the rest of the parcel?
It will. So we have a FY26 request that I think might also be $1 million. So it will probably get us close. I think our total A&E will probably be between 1.5, no more than 2 million. But we have, assuming the CIP remains what it was, we were already in CIP for FY26. So we would count on the balance of that money to complete all the A&E for the master plan for that site. Does that answer your question?
So when do you expect the master plan to be finished?
It should be finished before the end of calendar year 25.
Okay.
Because we should access the additional funds July 1 of this year.
Okay. Yeah. That's all I had. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. When there's $200,000, I know it says other costs, but could you identify what other costs are?
Other costs may be legal costs if we have to do any environmental assessments, any legal work, if we want to do any marketing or publication, those types of activities would come in that other cost line.
So you know it's just going to take $200,000, or that's just a baseline dollar that you have?
It's a baseline. We try to put money there because we try to project what, where we'll spend what. I know we'll spend the bulk of this in architecture and engineering, but, undoubtedly other expenses come up that don't fit neatly into that category. And so we just try to park a little bit there so that it's available if we want to do something that's outside of architecture. It doesn't cover construction, so it wouldn't be any building or anything like that. But like I said, those legal things, we occasionally might have to do some survey work, and so that could be covered under the other cost line.
Okay. Do you have an itemized list of what, if it doesn't use this much, where would you put it if you don't have to use it, or where would it go?
If we didn't have to, it would go over to either it would go into A&E or it would go into construction costs. But I don't have the itemized list of things.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, Councilman, anyone else have anything? No other questions? Going to take. Okay, we want to recognize Councilman Ford being here. No. Oh, okay, Councilman Ford. All right, we're going to take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it, this item passes. Item number 4 is a resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate the sum of $269,232 funded by Shelby County Commission for the Raleigh Springs Development, CD 01105, District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by administration.
Move it.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilman Spinoza. You would go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Ashley Cash, once again. And I don't have a separate presentation. These funds were granted by Commissioner Caswell. I think Councilwoman, y'all worked together on this as well. And these funds will be specific to help or support the infrastructure of the farmers market food truck part of the proposed development. So we're trying to accept the funds still towards this overall development, but this is to a specific purpose of the farmers market and food truck pavilion site.
This was same 9 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we have Councilman Canali in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was just going to ask that we add the same 9 minutes since we're accepting funds.
All right, we'll do. Are there any other questions? All right, we're going to take a voice vote at this time. All those in favor with item number 1 with same 9 minutes, say aye. Number 4 with same 9 minutes, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. This item passes. Item number 5, a resolution to appropriate the sum of $1.5 million funded by GO bonds chargeable to the FY 2025 CIP budget for the Hospitality Hub Project North Project CD 01103, District 1, Super District 8, sponsored by administration.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Dr. Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. And you may go ahead if you have a presentation.
Yes, very short. Thank you again, Ashley Cash. And so what we're doing, once again, we are appropriating, we're requesting that you all appropriate the FY 25 CIP dollars for the Hospitality Hub North project. This project was a little bit delayed because we were trying to select the appropriate site. I think a couple of months ago, y'all approved the lease for this site. It has recently gone through its land use control board entitlements, and it is at 777 Firestone Avenue. Hospitality Hub will be developing a village for families who are experiencing homelessness to have a couple of units. Let me see if I have the number of units. I think it's about 20 units that will be on the site. This is a site plan, so the majority of the units will be available for families, maybe a mom and a few children, and then there will be a few single units for people who are single, one household. Right here we have the breakdown of the cost. So the total CIP is $1.5 million. We are requesting $300 be appropriated to A&E to cover any final plans or work that needs to be done there. The bulk of the funding in contract construction. And then once again, we're putting a little bit of funds into other costs, which may cover anything like legal fees, any notices that we have to do, surveying. We probably wouldn't need any marketing on this type of project, but those are the types of things that other costs could be applicable towards. And as you see here, the overall project, which the Hospitality Hub is the sponsor of the project, they have an additional a little bit over $5 million that will be also committed to this project. I think that's all my slides. Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you.
And then
are you District 1? You're District 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is this in your district, Firestone?
No, this is
but it needs to be corrected.
District 7.
I thought it was District 7, but it's saying District 1.
Yeah, you're right. That
so
needs
that
to be
needs
corrected.
To be corrected.
Yes.
It's not
Is it in y'all in the caption?
I was just making
yes.
It's number 5.
It originated in District 1, but it was moved to District 7.
Okay.
But it moved to District 7, right? Original. Okay.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure. Okay,
right.
and thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you, Director Cash.
All right, Councilman Warren.
I just wanted to let people be aware that the Room in the Inn is finishing up their work for the winter, and they're taking a month off. They do that every spring and every fall. So we have a pretty significant amount of homeless families still. So the sooner we get this built, the better off we're going to be. So thank you guys for bringing it. And I was counting, I think there are more than 20. I think there may be close to 48 or 50 separate units there that are designed for families and individual women to be able to go to. So I thank my colleagues for really helping push this through, and the administration for getting it done. I'm hoping, based on the way this is constructed, that once we get approval, it's going to go up quickly, because we need that. I did speak to the acting superintendent yesterday about the problems that we have with the housing. He will be sending someone to that committee meeting this week from the schools. He'll be in Nashville and he can't attend, but he wanted to attend. Thank you.
All right. Councilman Canale?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will the 6.1 million total, that cover the full construction
The
cost?
total was 7 million total for construction costs. They've got 5.2, and then we committed a total of 3 million, 1.5 over 2 fiscal years.
Okay.
So that should cover the total cost, the total project cost.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Anyone else have any questions or comments? Seeing no one else in the queue, is there any other business? No, we need to vote. Let's take a voice vote. Pardon me? Yes. All right, we're gonna vote on item number 5. Resolution to appropriate the sum of 1.5 million funded by GO bonds chargeable to the FY 2025 CIP budget for the Hospitality Hub North CD 01103 District 7 Super District 9, sponsored by administration. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it and this item passes. Thank you. There's no other business before.
It would be helpful.
We do the same like minutes.
Absolute. And
It is Super District 8.
Super District 8.
District 7.
Right, with those amendments. All right. Did we vote?
So the same like minutes without objection.
Same night minutes without objection. Okay. Did we vote? We did. Okay, let's vote. We're gonna. All those in favor of item number 5, say aye. As amended with same night minutes, and Super District 7, District 7, Super District 8. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. So moved. This item passes. There's no other business. Huh? Oh, okay. Please note that Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas is present. Thank you. All right, no further business before this committee. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
The March 25th meeting of the Planning and Zoning Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Johnson, will you please call the roll?
Thank you. Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Vice Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Thank you.
All right, the first item on our agenda, item number 1, is SUP 2448. The location is 0 Hawkins Mill Road, east of Overton Crossing. The request is to allow a multifamily fourplex use, District 7, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved by Dr. Easter Thomas, and it has been seconded by Councilman Edmund Ford Sr. Before we get a presentation from DBT, let's have a word from Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas.
Thanks, Chair. I know we've seen a presentation prior, but now the applicant has some renderings. We did get a chance to speak and talked about the different questions that I had about the lot and the project, and we have come to a great agreement. And I know that we didn't get to see anything last time, and I just want everyone else, Mr. Ragsdale, to be able to see that. And I think that it'll be a good fit for the area and the vision that the applicant has for that specific lot. So,
Okay.
and at the end of it, Chair, if it's fine, since I did hold it, if we can do same night minutes on it and add on to tonight's agenda.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brett Ragsdale, DPD. We, as Councilwoman Easter Thomas mentioned, we did get revised renderings from the applicant, and they're on the screen here. Since we did have a full presentation, we can just show these if you'd like. And
yes, let's just
answer any questions.
Get to the renderings, please.
Sure. So here's the front. So we have, this is the rear. So I think the main thing was really looking at it from the front and how it transitions from the fire station to the single family and the aerial there. So.
And maybe to the applicant, if you want to say to the council about what's inside the unit, and then what's that piece in the back, and then how are you thinking about the way that you were setting up the stuff on this lot?
So Councilwoman and I,
Can you give us your name and address for the record?
Oh, yes,
first,
ma'am.
please?
J.C. McKinnon, 1930 Exeter Road, Germantown, Tennessee. I forgot where I was going with it, but no. So with Councilwoman Easter Thomas and I, we spoke and came up with it was kind of beat me down a little bit. I was trying to figure out how to make it work, and but you know, after kind of thinking about it, so the front we changed the front. It is a fourplex, of course. We removed the steps. There were stairs there, and now there's an entryway in the middle that would take you up to the two top units, and the two side doors, of course, are for each unit downstairs. So it is a quadplex, and they are 2-bedroom, 1-bath units, and we're making them to fit the middle income gap that we're missing with the Ashley Cash and those guys. So we're looking to go out there funding for that as well to support the area, to support the project.
Are there any other amendments that were done?
No, ma'am. I just the overview of what you saw is pretty much. I mean, it was just a exterior change that we made. Floor plan, everything else is pretty much the same.
Okay. Okay, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. I think Councilwoman Dr. Eastern Thomas asked you to tell us what was inside. Did you speak on that, or did I miss it?
Yeah, it's 2-bedroom units. It's a fourplex.
It's a fourplex.
Yes, ma'am. So the center doorway takes you up. As soon as you open it, you go directly up steps, and you have 2 units, one to the left and one to the right.
Okay.
Yeah. And at the bottom, of course, you enter in, and those are yours. So as you can see from this view, which is the rear view, there's a door, 2 doors up top that enter the property from the rear, and 2 doors down below to enter those units at at the rear.
How many bedrooms?
2-bedroom.
There's just two, one bath?
2 1-bath, yes, ma'am.
One bath?
Mm-hmm.
And what's your price range as far as your renting?
Rent, we're making it affordable, whatever it is. It's gonna come down to the numbers, honestly. And that's why we'll be working with Ashley Cash to see if there is an opportunity there to subsidize some of the costs that we'll go through, to make the infrastructure a little bit more affordable, so that we could be, in that affordable range.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
All right, there's no further discussion. We'll move to a vote. Those in favor with same night minutes. Those in favor, vote aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've been joined by Councilwoman, Attorney Janika White.
Trying to figure out where's my feet, y'all? This one. Am I in the right seat?
All right, we're going to move to item number 3, and we're going to come back to item number 2. Item number 3 is the location of 43 properties within the 2000 to 2100 block of Carr Avenue between Diana Street and Cooper Street. The request is a designation of a new historic overlay district, which is District 4, Super District 9. Can I get a motion and a second? It's been moved by Councilman Ford Sr. Can I get a second? It's been seconded by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. All right, who from the administration is here to present on this item?
Good afternoon. I'm Margot Payne with DPD 125 North Main. This is a proposed district located in the Idlewild neighborhood in Midtown. The district will include 43 residential properties along one block of Carr Avenue between Diana Street on the west and Cooper Street on the east. The block is part of the larger Idlewild National Register Historic District, and the proposed Carr Avenue district will be in addition to the existing 18 local historic districts within the city that the Memphis Landmarks Commission already oversees. The proposed design guidelines address new construction, exterior alterations, additions, site improvements, relocation, and demolition projects within the district boundaries. And from a staff perspective, the design guidelines are very thoughtfully written and will help neighbors, staff, and commissioners make practical decisions when reviewing development and change in the neighborhood. The size of the district is also very manageable and a great opportunity for a small section of the Idlewild National Register District to pursue protection of their historic neighborhood. The Landmarks Commission approved the design guidelines and properties on January 23rd, and the Land Use Control Board approved them on February 13th. So this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, and I'd like to share that this is a very involved community, and they did have a community meeting, and they had overwhelming support of this project, as well as approval in all 3 of those different areas. Okay, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're in the queue.
Yes, I think this is the day of errors of getting our super districts and our districts mixed up. So I don't think the super district 9, am I correct? If it's 4, is it 8? Is that correct?
No.
We got 4? What? Thank you. I learned something today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if there are no further comments, we'll move to a vote. Those who in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. Councilman Dr. Warren and Chairman Ford Canale have joined us. We will now move to item number 2. These documents have also been emailed to you, councilmen and women. Item agenda 2Z25-01. The locations are 7073, 7093, 7105, and 7117 Stage Road. The request is a rezoning of 7.24 acres from conservation agriculture to commercial mixed use, CMU-2, District 1, Super District 9. Can I get a motion and a second for this item? It has been moved by Councilman Edmund Ford Sr., seconded by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, who from DBD will be presenting in this case. Give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Good afternoon. I'm Chloe Christian with DPD 125 North Main Street. I'll be presenting this case Z 2025-001. As you mentioned, this is a rezoning of 7.24 acres from conservation agriculture zoning to CMU2, located at 7073 to 7117 Stage Road. Here's a location map of the property. It's located sort of outside the Bartlett area along Highway 64 and Stage Road. The property is currently zoned conservation agriculture. However, it's sandwiched in between properties that are currently zoned commercial mixed use too as well. So if approved, it would achieve consistency among zoning along this strip of the street here. Here are some site photos of the subject property from Stage Road. This is a plot plan of the parcels that are set to be rezoned with this application. This proposal was found to be consistent with the 3.0 future land use plan. It's compatible with the intent, form, location, characteristics, and zoning notes of the adjacent land uses. So in conclusion, if approved, this zoning of CMU2 would be consistent among all properties along Stage Road from this intersection. In this over half a mile stretch, these properties are the only ones that are not consistent with the current zoning designations. Additionally, Stage Road is a principal arterial road, which is defined as a street that serves major metropolitan activity centers and high traffic volume corridors. And the UDC intends that properties along these roads are zoned for commercial uses, and considering potential impacts, staff does recommend that the applicant incorporates low impact development elements into the future site plan, especially maintaining as much existing vegetation as possible during the development process if this request is to be approved. Staff has recommended approval of this request, and the Land Use Control Board also recommended approval of this request at its public hearing. And that concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Spinoza has joined us. Councilwoman Logan, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just had a quick question. The neighborhood directly behind it, what is the barrier or the buffer behind it?
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Brett Ragsdale with DPD. So this being commercial property, any development would require to have a buffer between, a class 3 buffer between the residential properties and any commercial development. So the UDC would require those buffers along the southern property line.
Right, I was asking what is the buffer requirement?
It would be
is it a fence? Is it trees? How many trees? How far back? What's the difference? Because if you go back to there it is. Is that it? Yeah.
It would be the highest buffer, so it would include fencing, shrubs, and trees as well.
Okay. And how many people attended the community meeting?
I don't know that we have a number of people who attended, but the meeting was held on February 3rd at the Raleigh Library. I'm not sure. We didn't get any opposition.
But did anybody attend the meeting though?
I'll have to check I'll have to check something for you guys.
Okay. The reason why I asked is because, and I reached out to Director Zane about this. Even though it's commercial property, it's like right here to there to a neighborhood. So knowing, and I think it's
CMU2, which CMU2 is on either side of this property as well. So it would continue that same commercial zoning classification.
Okay. Well, it's a little farther up, the green space you're talking about. So I was just wanting to make sure that the neighbors know that space, because it's been like that for just empty for years. I want to make sure that they were aware.
on the right here is the vicinity map showing where notices were sent. So those property owners did receive notice, and we didn't get any opposition. Now, if you're asking about the neighborhood meeting, I'm not sure how many attended that, but the Land Use Control Board meeting, there was no one that attended in opposition.
I was talking about the community meeting.
Gotcha. And I don't see the
While
applicant.
she's looking for that, can you let me, do you have anybody that's interested in the property now? Is that why we're doing this?
I do believe they have a planned proposed use for the project. I think it's a tractor supply company.
A what?
Tractor supply company. If you're familiar with that brand.
Tractor Supply?
Tractor Supply.
Oh, the one that, it was one down farther on 64. Is that's gonna be in that little small space?
It's a little over 7 acres of space.
Okay. All right. Well, I would be interested to know. Yeah.
I also was able to pull up the sign-in sheet. There were one attendant at the meeting, and the applicant recapped that there were no concerns from that person. They were just curious about what the development was.
And how many did you send out?
So 228 notices were sent.
And you got one person?
At the meeting.
Oh, okay. That is a, I mean, I'm serious. It's right by a neighborhood, and I'm not sure how long, I don't know what the time frame was, but normally, you know, they are very responsive. So I would like to see if you all could do a better job in connecting with them. You talk about a tractor supply business. So, yeah, can you, well, I want to hold it to the next council meeting. Maybe you all can reach out to them and make a better effort at trying to meet. I mean, one person out of 208, that's challenging for me. All right. Thank you. I would like to.
In order to give sufficient time, what about the 22nd? We can do the second meeting.
Okay, that'll be fine. Thank you.
So back at committee on the 22nd?
Yes. Yes.
And we can, if we need to do 9 minutes at that point, if it's an issue, we can request it. All right.
All right.
I move that we
This
hold.
item will be held until 4/22, April 22nd. All right. If there's no other concerns with this agenda or this meeting, this section, we are adjourned.
Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Edmund Ford Sr., Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Logan, Councilwoman Smiley, Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilwoman Walker, Councilman Warren, Councilwoman White, and Chairman Canali.
Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 3 items on the agenda today. Item 2 will be held in the absence of Budget Chair Carlisle. And we will bring item 2 back next meeting with same night minutes. All right, so that leaves us with item 1 and 3. You mean read the fiscal consent?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can just say.
But first, before we get started, I'm pleased to announce the hiring of 3 new legislative analysts. Please join me in welcoming Dardanius J.R. Coleman, Summer Eggert Banat, and Deja Hamilton Ship. Would the 3 of you please stand? Welcome to the 3 of you. Each of them, colleagues, brings a wealth of knowledge and experience that will support our legislative initiatives and enhance the council's ability to serve the citizens of Memphis effectively. We look forward to their contributions and the expertise they will bring to our legislative efforts. So if you haven't already, please introduce yourselves to them before we go downstairs for our main meeting. Okay, very good. We look forward as they transition into their new roles. Item number 1 is a discussion of the fiscal consent agenda. There's no one here from the administration to speak, so I'm going to read it. It is a resolution to accept and appropriate funds from Arts Memphis in the amount of $168,201. All council districts. Resolution is sponsored by the executive division. There's a request for same night minutes.
I mean, it's not really.
Yeah, we don't have to vote on it. I was just reading it in. All right, moving on. Item 3, a joint ordinance of Shelby County government and the city of Memphis to continue a program for a high-quality early childhood pre-K for all program through the appointment of a fiscal agent to provide strategy and oversight of distribution of funds on behalf of the county and city. This item requires the selection of a fiscal agent who will ascertain the source of private, state, and/or federal funding. All council districts, sponsored by Vice Chair Swearingen Washington. There is a request to add it on to the fiscal consent for first reading tonight. Item was moved by Smiley, seconded by Ford. Madam Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We were able to work with Dr. Candace Thomas and our team in order to revise the heading of this ordinance. And now it reads as follows: Joint Ordinance of Shelby County Government and the City of Memphis to continue a program for a high-quality early childhood, pre-kindergarten, pre-K for all. And we also have Dr. Candace Thomas, who is here to address and answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Dr. Thomas, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us again. Candace Thomas, 1380 Concourse Avenue, Suite 481. And just to remind you, this is an amended joint ordinance between the city and county to expand our pre-K efforts. So the joint ordinance, excuse me, expands our efforts to include 3-year-olds. So right now we only serve 4-year-olds. We want to include 3-year-olds, and we want to expand it to families regardless of income. Those are the major changes that we are asking with this updated joint ordinance.
Brenda has a question.
Councilwoman Logan?
Just, I thought we were trying to find out about the budget the last time. The question was how we're going to pay for it. It wasn't about a title.
Dear Chief Adams, please come down.
Cricket. Well, it wasn't anything different that we had done before. We've always funded this program. So it wasn't a matter
Right,
of
but I
funding.
think the discussion was, and I'm for the program, but the discussion was, how are we going to pay for it? And with the, the budget the way it is, we were wanting to know how it was gonna get paid for. And that was the consensus of the body, the questions that came forth last time. So you all were gonna come back with some information, clarity on where it was gonna come from.
We haven't had that meeting yet with Chief Parsons and the team, but we plan to have that meeting later this week.
Do you remember that?
I do. I didn't think it was a holdup for the joint ordinance, so maybe I misinterpreted. I thought we needed to have a meeting about how we're going to continue to pay for this and where the revenue would come from. And, but it wasn't my assumption that it was going to hold up the ordinance.
Will you go over the breakdown of the funding from last year from us, Shelby County, and from State of Tennessee?
Sure. So right now, the city funds, you have an ordinance, the Public Safety Special Fund, number 245. That is where the money comes from to First Aid Memphis to fund pre-K. Right now, you awarded $7 million to First Aid Memphis for fiscal year 25. Our request to the city is $8.5 million, so an increase of $1.5 million to start phase 1 of pre-K for all. And so we're going to having conversations with Chief Parsons about Special Fund 245 and the additional $1.5 million.
Did you get any funding from the county last year?
Yes.
What was that amount?
9.5.
In the state?
No, the state funds pre-K separately.
Okay.
So, so the next part of the question that I had was, what's the total that's needed for your goal? And what's the gap, and where that's coming from? Because I think it's an amazing opportunity for the middle, that you spoke about, that often do not get support. But I also know that it has to come from somewhere. And I want to, as a body, I want us to be able to be just as excited about, the program as a whole. We're adding on $1 million for next year. And then, so where is it ultimately going? And have you all discussed the total need and where that would come from?
Point of clarification.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Right now, we were approving the ordinance and not necessarily the amount. That doesn't come until budget time, correct?
Please call.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. We're not voting on an amount at this time. That won't come until we approve our budget.
Don't come up with dangerous.
Councilwoman Logan, you have any more questions?
Okay.
Any more
I'm done.
questions?
Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Smiley, you recognize.
So I was essentially going to say what Councilwoman Swearinger Washington is saying. This is the first reading. If there is more information, we have more questions, or questions around particular where the funding is going to come from, we can direct those to Chief Adams at the next council meeting. I think we need to be sending this downstairs for the first reading. We can have those discussions at a later date.
If y'all ain't worried,
I mean, I know we got a very competent.
If the body is fine with it, I'm fine with it.
We got a
If
very
nobody's
competent gentleman in the
worried
back
about the money, I ain't
who can
worried.
handle this.
Yeah, so we have time
I'll
before
ask directly.
We have time for the third reading.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman White, you're recognized.
Answer for you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I stepped out when this matter was called, but I needed to state on the record my recusal from this matter as I represent the county as special counsel.
All right, colleagues, all those in favor of sending this downstairs this evening as an add-on to the consent agenda for first reading, signify by saying aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. That brings us to our add-on items 35 through 41. 35 is a resolution accepting insurance proceeds in CIP project GS 24107 contingencies totaling $286,719.69 for additional water damage suffered at the Mississippi River Museum at Mud Island, increasing allocations by said amount and appropriating these funds in contract construction CIP project GS 24107, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. 36 is a resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate grant funds in the amount of $1,584,008 from the State of Tennessee Department of Economic Community Development. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item 37 is a resolution accepting, allocating, and appropriating the sum of $2 million funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, chargeable to the FY25 budget for the Division of Housing and Community Development to support the Healthy Homes Production Grant. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item 38, a resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate the sum of $269,232 funded by the Shelby County Commission to the Raleigh Springs Development CD 01105, District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. 39, a resolution to appropriate the sum of $1.5 million funded by GO bonds chargeable to the FY 2025 CIP budget for the Hospitality Hub North Project, CD 01103, District 1, Super District 8. I think that's supposed to be District 7. Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Item 40, SUP 24-48, 0 Hawkins Mill Road, east of Overton Crossing Street. There's a request to allow a multi-family fourplex use. District 7, Super District 8, request for same night minutes. Item 41, joint ordinance of Shelby County Government and the City of Memphis to continue a program for a high-quality early childhood pre-K for all program through the appointment of a fiscal agent to provide strategy and oversight of distribution of funds on behalf of the county and city. This item requires the selection of a fiscal agent who will ascertain the source of private, state, and or federal funding. All council districts sponsored by Vice Chair JSW. There is a request to add on to consent for first reading. Moves us to our same night minutes. Those are items 12, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40. Councilman Smiley, you're recognized.
I'm not recognized. Alan Wade.
Attorney Wade, you're recognized.
Item 25, we've had discussions with the industry, and they're trying to, I think, understand and get on board with what we're doing. So we agreed that we would roll it 2 weeks to the next meeting.
Okay, with that being said, items 25 and 26 will be held till the April 8th meeting.
Jump in the scholar. Downstairs, yeah, they're going to roll it 2 weeks. We're going to roll it 2 weeks. Yeah.
Does anybody have anything else before the executive committee? All right, please stay in your seats. We're going to have a brief attorney-client meeting. With that being said, we are adjourned.